Welcome, Chad. How are we doing today on this lovely, fantastic Wednesday? That is correct. This is a spontaneous stream. How are we all doing, chat? Welcome on in. I hope all of you are doing super well out there and conquering the week. It is the middle of the week. It is hump day, and I hope you guys are, doing well out there, surviving, and pushing through until the very end of the week. Yeah, welcome on in, chat. I decided that I wanted to do a little bit of a spontaneous stream today, mainly because this weekend is going to be extremely busy for me. So let me go ahead and give you guys all the details before we jump on into day 15 of Lies of P. So, chat, my lovely chat. It's been a couple of days since I've seen you. Sunday night was the last time that I was live with day 14, and not really too much has happened, during these last couple of days. I don't really think I have much of a recap for you. It's kind of just the fact that I've been very busy with, school assignments. The one thing that I can tell you guys for sure, without a doubt, is, recently I had my very first homework assignment for my accounting class. And, boy oh boy, I fucking suck at accounting. I am not good at it. And I also don't really like it at all. I find it to be very confusing and very annoying. Yeah, the homework assignment that I did, it was 10 questions, but I think there was like maybe 3 or 4 questions minimum that were really confusing. And, it was just like a nightmare to navigate, right? But that happened, and then also, what else happened? The only other thing that really happened was just that on Tuesday, I had basically my second ever, class meeting for my marketing class, and yeah, the only thing I can tell you about marketing, chat, is that whatever stuff that we are learning right now, it basically is stuff that, to me, I feel like it's kind of pointless. I feel like whatever my teacher is, kind of presenting in terms of information, obviously it's marketing subjects and topics, right? But it's really weird because basically what I feel like is happening with my marketing class is that my teacher is teaching us these very particular, aspects of marketing, but the way that my teacher is describing it all and trying to relay the information, convey the information to the class, it just feels like they are overcomplicating and, kind of just like, you know, making it more confusing than it has to be by utilizing all of these, very specific words and jargon that are, exclusive to marketing, right? And yeah, it's kind of like taking a topic and finding the most suboptimal way to explain the topic and to teach it to someone else, right? But yeah, honestly, I feel like from the last 2 classes that I had for marketing, right? Obviously, the first class, it was kind of just introductory, right? And me and my other classmates, we were just expected to, say hello to everyone and introduce ourselves, talk about who we are. And of course, my teacher went over, the different rules and the different details of the class. But yeah, so far, the first class and the second class that we've had for marketing, I feel like I've basically learned nothing at all. It's just been a complete waste of time, which is fantastic. That is what you want when you are, trying to pursue a college degree. You want to take useless classes that have no valuable knowledge and are just a giant waste of time. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, other than school stuff, nothing really much else has happened. I will say, chat, during the past couple of days, I have actually been kind of thinking a lot about Lies of P, because we are, getting closer to the end, and, not only are we getting closer to the finale of the game, but eventually I think that I'm going to want to, go into New Game Plus. I'm going to want to replay the game and obtain the, like, valuable rare items and weapons and abilities and whatever that I was not able to get on the first time around. So there's that, right? And so I've been kind of thinking a lot about the game and a lot about how to improve my performance, right? And so I remember like maybe it was I think it was maybe Monday night. I had this desire to log into the game and play a little bit, and so I did. I loaded up Lies of P, logged into the game, and I basically did a little bit of farming. I farmed some ergo. Now, some of you out there, you might be like, "How dare you? You played the game offline. That's against the rules. You can't do that, right?" I should not have done that. I definitely think that it would have been better if I had kept everything on stream. But, I didn't, at the time, on Monday night or whatever, I didn't really have any other, like, games that I wanted to play. And I was feeling a little bit bored. I was feeling like, I want to play something that gives me the feeling of a Souls game, right? So what I did was I farmed some ergo, and I leveled up my character. I think I leveled up maybe 2 times or 3 times, right? And essentially I leveled up my HP, I leveled up my stamina, and I maybe, possibly, potentially leveled up my equip load, my capacity, 1 time, right? So I did that, and I did also spend some of my ergo on basically buying some of the throwables, like the thermite, the throwing cell, and the carcass acid fluid, right? I bought some throwables so that we would have them for a boss fight. And then the one other thing that I did is I actually modified my weapon, right? And I'll show it to you guys here when we enter the game. But I modified my weapon, and there's at least one thing, maybe a couple of things, but at least one thing that I wanted to do on stream, and I wanted to show you guys, right? And I wanted to talk about basically, what I'm going to be doing with regards to Lies of P moving forward, right? So yeah. But I think without further ado, we can jump on into the game. I think so. I will say, chat, just to be very, very transparent with you guys and let you guys know. So last night, I went to sleep very late. I did not get a lot of good sleep. I think I went to sleep at around maybe like 3 a.m. in the morning. It was like 2:30, 3 a.m. in the morning, right? And that would not have been really a big major problem for me, except for my family member, right? Basically my mother, she asked if me or one of my family members could basically like allow her to borrow a vehicle to go to work, because basically I have my car, right? And usually on most days I use my car to go to and from school, and that's the extent of what I use it for. Obviously there are some times where I use it for other activities, right? Other IRL things, but yeah, on a daily basis, going to and from school is what I use my car for. My brother, he is using a car that basically used to belong to my father. So my father had this car, and this car, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys, I think that this car that my father had is a complete piece of junk. I think it is garbage. It is a Subaru Outback, if you guys are familiar with that brand, that model of car. It's a Subaru Outback, and I fucking hate that car. I think it's one, I think it's really ugly, and two, it is a very, very problematic car. Because right now, so basically over time, what has happened is the car, the Subaru, has encountered a lot of major problems with, like, the engine, with the transmission, right? All of these, like, mechanical issues with the car have been happening. Now, on the one hand, the car is old. It is from 2012, I believe, is the year that it was manufactured. So there is obviously some age behind it. However, even with that being said, right, I don't think that a car, even one made in 2012, should be experiencing the amount of problems that the Subaru Outback experienced, right? And so I don't really trust Subaru as a brand. I don't really, support that company, because I don't really have any confidence in them, right? But yeah, basically, my father, he used to have this Subaru, and he allows my brother to drive it and to use it, right? And my father, so a little like, okay, let me pause and let me start over. A long while ago, right? I think many years ago, my family, they decided that, so basically, okay, if we take my father out of the, conversation, out of the equation, because my father, technically speaking, is not really a part of, my family. And the reason why is because my parents are divorced, right? And, my father, he gave up, his, like, parental, authority, his parental rights over me and my brother. So my father is basically only my father in a biological sense, right? So if we take my father out of the equation and we take his, old crappy Subaru out of the equation, basically my family, we only have my car that I use. And so several years ago, many years ago, my family, right, they decided to purchase a vehicle that was super duper 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 cheap, very affordable. I think they paid like maybe $2,000 for a car. Which, if you know anything about cars, $2,000 for a car, that is extremely affordable, right? That is on the low end. Basically, all you're doing is you are buying a vehicle that runs, that drives. That's it. You're not buying something fancy, something new, something cool. You're buying just a vehicle that can get you from point A to point B. So my family, they bought a car, and it's a super duper 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 old Honda. It's a Honda Accord. This car, technically speaking, it belongs to my mom. It belongs to my mother. However, what has ended up happening is that, unfortunately, my father, he likes to basically interact with me and my mom and my brother, right? He likes to essentially bother us and try to be a part of our lives, even though we don't really want him to and we don't really need him to at all. And so essentially, my father, he kind of like, spends time with us and comes to visit us very, very often. And the thing is that, like, it's very weird. It's kind of like, I think the way that I would describe it is it's as if my father is an extended family member, like some kind of a relative that we have, where we don't really like this relative, we don't really care about this relative, but we are kind of forced to, we're kind of obligated to, because they are a part of the family tree, right? And so like my brother will be forced to like help my father with a lot of different things. And essentially my father, he lives in an apartment in a different city, away from me and my family, right? And the area where he lives, it is not super duper safe. And it's not really a place where, you can walk around freely without any fear of potentially being robbed, right? Or having your property, having your stuff being broken into, right? So it's not really the cleanest and safest area to live. And so because of the fact that my father lives in this separate area, he essentially convinced my mother and my brother that we should swap cars, right? And basically his thought process is that he will give my family, or, technically speaking, my brother, the Subaru, and, we can use the Subaru, and then he will take the Honda, the old car, right? Just to give you guys an idea, this car was manufactured in the year 2000, so it is, at this point, 25 years old, right? It's an old fucking car, insanely old. And so my father would take the Honda, and that way, let's say hypothetically, something goes horribly wrong and people break into the Honda, or they, potentially, I don't know, worst case scenario, they manage to steal the Honda, right? At the very least, they are, the sort of like silver lining is that they are causing us to basically lose a $2,000 car compared to the Subaru, which is probably like I don't know, $10,000, $15,000, whatever, right? So since the Subaru is more expensive and technically more valuable, right? My father does not want to keep it around in this area that's not 100% clean and safe, right? So yeah, essentially at this moment, right, currently, my father has the Honda, my brother has the Subaru, and I have my car, right? Um, Now, most days, if my family is lucky, my father is away doing his own thing, he's living his own life, right? And he's not bothering us. So, assuming that he is away, we basically have my brother with the Subaru and me with my car. Um, this means that, like, most of the time, my mother does not really have a car that is exclusively hers that she can use any given time, right? That she has the keys to, that she can just go and take it and go and drive, right? So, yesterday, my mother, she asked me and my brother if she could borrow a car. And my brother, I don't really know what the heck he goes up to. Like, I don't know what he does on a daily basis, but I do know that my brother works. And I think that he works quite a bit of hours, so he is away from home a lot and not really available all the time. So, because I did not think that my brother would be available to give the car to my mother, I told my mother, I was like, you know what? I can drive you tomorrow to your office, and then, I can later on drive myself to school and then come back from school, and then like in the evening time when my mother is done with work, I can come and pick her up from the office and bring her back home. And so yeah, that's basically what I ended up doing, where normally speaking, I think I would wake up at around maybe 10:30 or 11 a.m. in the morning, and then I would like kind of get ready and I'd go to school, right? However, this morning I was kind of forced to wake up at 8 a.m. in the morning, and I woke up at 8 a.m. and I was very, very sleepy, very tired, very sleep deprived. And I, kind of drove my mom to her office and dropped her off, right? So, yeah, I did not really get a lot of good sleep last night because I went to bed at around 3 a.m. and I woke up at around 8 a.m., which is barely any sleep at all. So, yeah, there's that. I am a little bit low energy today. Just a little bit, right? Yeah. So that basically happened. And what else was there? I think there was maybe one more thing that I was gonna mention. Oh, I think that's it. So, chat. Today, I did not really, I did not really feed myself that well. I think that's what I'll say. Because basically what happened is I came back home, right? And I was like, man, I am hungry. I haven't eaten. So, thankfully, my mother, in the morning when I was dropping off my mother at her office, we stopped by a grocery store, and my mother bought some food that she was going to be eating for lunch at her office, right? And, you know, as she bought this food, she also bought some food for me and also potentially for my brother as well, right? Essentially, she bought some like frozen meals that you stick it into your freezer, and then if you want like a quick meal that you can, warm up or cook or whatever within like 5 to 10 minutes, then you take it out of the freezer and you make it, right? So my mom bought two of these like frozen meal things, and so when I came back home today from my class, I ate one of them, right? And it was very mediocre. It wasn't really that good, but I mean, it did the job, right? It filled me up. There was also a second frozen meal that my mom had bought, and I was really, really, really tempted to eat it because the first frozen meal, it did a decent job of, making me not super hungry, but I was still feeling like I could eat more after that first one. So I was really tempted to eat the second one, but my brother, basically today, a very rare day, he kind of stayed home the entire day, and he was like, sitting at his computer, sitting at his PC. And so I was like, well, shit. I'm pretty sure my brother needs to eat food as well. So I told my brother, I was like, hey, there's a frozen meal in the freezer. If you want to eat it, right? So I told him about that, and then maybe about 10-15 minutes later, he went and he warmed it up and he ate it, right? So then I was like, well, shoot, there's not really anything quick and easy for me to eat that would fill me up, that would be satisfying, right? And so what I had to settle on is that maybe about a month ago or something, my mother just randomly, I think they were probably on sale or something, my mother bought some frozen, what are they called? So if you guys are familiar with this brand, then you will know exactly what I'm referring to. There's a brand of breakfast food. It's a brand of waffles called Eggo Waffles. And I think the motto or the catchphrase of Eggo is Lego my ego, like let go my ego, right? That was what they used in all the commercials. So Eggo Waffles, right? My mom bought like a box of these Eggo Waffles and brought them home like a month ago. And, basically this entire time, we've had these waffles, some of them, sitting in our freezer, right? We ate a couple of the waffles throughout, like, over time, but there was still some left in the freezer, right? And I was like, well, nobody is really eating these waffles, proactively, right? Like, they're not going into the freezer and taking them out and, preparing them and eating them fresh and hot. So I might as well do it, so that they don't go bad, so they don't spoil, and also so that we can free up a little bit of space in our freezer. So I ate all of the waffles that were available. I think there was like 6 waffles in total. So number one thing about waffles, chat, I think that waffles are very, very, very like dangerous because I feel like they fill you up very fast, right? Like, you kind of are shoveling this sweet bread, down your throat, and eating this breakfast food that is very sweet, very like sugary, right? Because you have not only just the waffle itself, but you also have like maple syrup, maybe a butter as well, right? So it's I would say for a breakfast food, I think that waffles are very heavy, right? To consume and digest. So that is number one. And then number two, this is very likely going to anger some people out there. I'm pretty sure this is a controversial take. And, I'm going to be honest. I stand by this opinion. I will not back down. I will fight against anyone who wants to argue about this. I think that waffles are incredibly, incredibly mediocre. I think that they are, like, tolerable as a breakfast food, but there are better breakfast options out there, right? There's like this age-old debate that people discuss, they talk about, where it's like, do you prefer pancakes or do you prefer waffles? Without any hesitation, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm a pancake guy 100% of the time. Pancakes all the way. I think that pancakes are superior to waffles, without a doubt. Now, are pancakes my favorite breakfast food? Very likely not. I don't think so. But pancakes are good. And waffles, in my opinion, I think that the older that I grow, right, as I become more and more of an old man, more of a boomer, right, I find that I am liking waffles less and less because I feel like, they don't really have that much value, in my opinion, right? Like, it's very hard to describe this because it's like this indescribable feeling, but, when I eat a bunch of pancakes, right? Hot, fresh pancakes with maple syrup, with butter, with, maybe some fruit jam, whatever, right? When I eat a bunch of pancakes for breakfast and I, finish the plate of pancakes, right? I feel satisfied. I feel fulfilled. I'm like, you know what? Those pancakes were banger. They were delicious. I love them, right? When I eat a plate of waffles and I eat it with the same thing, maple syrup, butter, maybe some fruit jam or something, right? When that happens, I would say that 99% of the time, I walk away feeling regret. I feel like, man, I should not have eaten those waffles. I should not have eaten that many waffles. I just feel like waffles are, like, basically they're a food item where I can eat maybe one waffle, right? I eat one waffle, and I'm like, okay, I'm satisfied. I do not need to eat any more waffles for 365 days, for 1 year. I am good on waffles. I don't need any more. Meanwhile, pancakes, I don't really have that same feeling. I can eat pancakes, like once a week, for example. But yeah, I don't really vibe with waffles. They're not really something that I enjoy. I think that there are so many other better breakfast options out there, without a doubt. So yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So I ate, this frozen meal that was tolerable. It was adequate, right? And then I ate a bunch of waffles. And, it goes without saying that even though I was not really satisfied with the waffles that I ate, it did kind of do the job and it filled me up. So now, I'm kind of sitting here. I am not currently right now hungry, but that's mainly just because I shoved a bunch of sweet bread with maple syrup, right, with literal sugar on it into my stomach, right? And I don't really feel great about the fact that I did that, but it happened, and I can't really undo it, right? So yeah. I had a little bit of a disastrous day in terms of the food that I've consumed. But yeah, other than the kind of like suboptimal lunch slash dinner or whatever, as well as the fact that I did not get a lot of sleep, I am feeling less than perfect today. So you will have to, excuse me for the slightly lower energy, but I will do my best to entertain no matter what. In any case, chat, let's go ahead and dive on into Lies of P. Let's jump on into the game, finally, officially, and we will begin day 15 of our journey, right? Pretty friggin' cool. Yeah, chat, let me go ahead. I'm gonna open up my beautiful, lovely, usual can of Mountain Dew that I always love to enjoy. Oh yeah. Oh, that hits the spot. That's really good. I also do have some water with me, and I have, just in case I get a little bit hungry, a little bit snacky, I do have a large banana. A banana. I got a banana, and I can snack on it if I want to. Yeah. So, chat, let me show you here. So, first of all, you might take a look at my character and see that I made a little bit of some cosmetic changes. Not really anything too important, just changed my look a little bit, right? And I was in this spot over here, kind of just farming for some ergo, is what I was doing. Now, here's what I want to show you guys, right? So, first of all, let's take a look at my character level. You can see that my vitality is level 15, vigor is also level 15, capacity is level 24, and then everything else is level 20, right? I think, if I'm not mistaken, that vitality and vigor were the main two that I upgraded, right? So I upgraded each one by 1 point, and then I think I also maybe upgraded capacity, right? So that is kind of like the main big change for my character's stats that occurred offline, right? And then let me see here. What do I want to show you guys? So I can show you here, guys, that I did go. If you take a look kind of down at the bottom left, right, it shows the amount of items that I have in my inventory. I did go and buy thermite, throwing cells, and the carcass body fluid, right, the bottles. So I have roughly about 15 of each, maybe a little bit more of some of them. But yeah, that's just for some boss fight stuff. And then last but not least, I wanted to show you guys something, right? So if we go to Hotel Krat, I did actually make a very, very, very slight adjustment to my weapon. Basically, I kind of thought about it for a little bit, right? And I was like, you know what? Maybe my current build with Pinocchio is a little bit suboptimal, right? Because, let me show you guys again here. If we take a look at the stats, right? So let's go to level up. You can see that basically with Motivity, Technique, and Advance, which are kind of like the 3 damage dealing stats, right? All of them are basically equal, right? Level 20. And I feel like maybe, possibly, by spreading myself across those 3 stats equally, maybe I am, hurting myself. Maybe I'm doing something that is a little bit suboptimal, right? So what I did is I went over here to Eugene, and I actually altered my weapon. So you see here the Azure Dragon Crescent Glaive. If we take a look, you can see that the technique is grayed out, which means that I used a technique crank. And so you can take a look and see. Actually, no, you can't because my weapon is in the way. Is there a way for me to show you here? Switch display. I don't think so. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. What if I do this? So that shows. Okay, so okay, let me try something. If I do this and then I do this. Oh, perfect. There we go. Yeah. I didn't really want to have to like move my webcam or anything. But as you guys can see, if we take a look here at the Dragon Crescent Glaive, you can see that basically my motivity is showing as D and my technique is showing as A. That is because I used a technique crank on it, which basically increased the scaling of the technique and it decreased the scaling of motivity because motivity was at C scaling and then technique was at B scaling, right? So it was C and then B. But now that I use the technique crank, motivity is at D and technique is at A, right? So let me re-equip this one. And basically, what I wanted to kind of discuss with you guys and kind of do it on stream so that you guys could see is I think I'm going to go ahead. Let me see here. Stargazer. Let's go to teleport. I think what I'm going to do, chat, is... Let me see here. There we go. I'm going to go to the Saintess statue. And I think I'm going to basically respec my character so that all of the, you know, points that I put into the different stats, I'm going to move them around. And I'm going to, you know, change it up a little bit, right? So... Let's see, right now, we are 15, 15, 24, 20, 20, 20, right? That's what we're currently at. So let's see, investigate. Let's go to reset level, and yes, let's do it. Okay, so now we can level up, right? Capacity, I'm gonna put this at 24 again, like it was before. Let's see. Vigor, I'll put it at 15, and then I'll put this one at 15 as well. So now, I think what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead and put advance at 20. And then, how much does my technique go to? Level 31. Ooh, okay. That's not bad, chat. That's not bad. Okay. So, what if, chat, let's see here. What if I do 30, and then for capacity... Let's do 25. I think this looks really good right here. So this is basically, you know, all of these numbers that I'm leveling up, these are all multiples of 5. We have 15, 15, 25, 30, 20. I think this looks really, really clean. And basically, we just don't really level up motivity at all, is what we, you know, kind of avoid doing, right? Okay. So let's go ahead and we accept this, right? Boom. Yes. Absolutely beautiful. There we go. So we have a new build right now. 30 technique, 20 advance, 25 capacity, 15, 15 for vitality and vigor. Very, very, very nice. So yeah, now I think that my my weapon, right, the Crescent Glaive, I think that it will deal more damage compared to what we had before, where it was kind of like a mixture of motivity and technique. Now we have hopefully some more DPS, right? And we can actually kind of like go and test it out and see. Let me take a look here. I'm very, very curious. So, teleport. Let's go to... Let's go to the farming spot. Let's do a little bit of some killing, shall we? Very nice. Okay. So we go up here. Let's see what happens. And go up here. Ooh, nice. Okay, okay. Nice. Nice. I definitely think we're dealing more damage, chat. I think that in the past, there were times when I was not capable of killing those enemies within 2 hits, right? So I think that, yeah, we are absolutely improved upon our previous build. Nice. Good kill. Okay. Easy money. Easy money. Okay. Wait for this bozo to run over to me. Oh, that's another thing I forgot to mention, chat. I don't know if you guys are able to notice this, right? But basically, beautiful. What I ended up doing is I went into my settings here, right? I went into my settings and I changed the brightness settings on the game. And so now, essentially, all of these like areas where previously it was like super duper 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 dark, now all of these areas, it is a lot more visible to see. Nice. Yeah, I think that's definitely more damage. Yeah, because like there were some areas of the game, I kid you not, chat, there were some areas where essentially if you did not, like, honestly, even if you had the lamp turned on in the game, right, even if you were using the lamp, there were some areas that were so freaking dark that I couldn't see a damn thing whenever it was like, you know, kind of pitch black with the brightness settings, right? And so I changed the brightness to where I think basically if I were to compare the you know, the brightness settings, right? I think that... Okay, I did not expect him to die like that, but sure, I'll take it. That is a free win for me. Basically, you know, if you were to imagine, right, there's like this long bar, and on this end, there's like complete total darkness, right, pitch black. And then this end, light. It's like the brightest setting, 100% brightness, right? I think before we were right in the middle. We were at like 50% brightness in terms of the settings. However, I changed it, and now we are probably at about, I want to say maybe 70% brightness or 75%. And it looks so much better. The game looks so much better. I'm able to see things better, and I really, really am glad that I made the change, without a doubt. But anyways, yeah, chat, I think overall, right, it does look like we have absolutely increased the amount of damage that we're dealing, which is really, really nice. What I think we're gonna do, let me consider. Do I want to do that? Think. I actually wonder if there are calculations. I'm very curious. Let me see here, chat. So I'm going to open up the Lies of P wiki. And I'm going to see, basically, I want to know whether people have done the calculations on how much it costs to level up. Let me take a look here. Character, let's see here. Character, equipment, crafting and upgrades. I don't see a page here that describes it. Guides. New player help, game progress, or walkthrough, endings, new game plus, bosses guide, crafting and upgrades. Is this the exact same page? I feel like it, yeah, it's the exact same page. Okay. Search. Leveling. I don't think it shows how much ergo it costs. This is unfortunate, chat. Unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Basically, what I was hoping, chat, is... Okay, so... Let me show it to you guys here. Let me give you guys the explanation. So if we take a look at my bag, you can see that I have a lot of these, you know, ergo crystals, right? I actually... I haven't done the calculations to know how much, you know, ergo total that I have, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, this will allow me to level up, several times, right? What I'm kind of thinking is, like, maybe instead of spending all of this on leveling up, maybe I save some of it for, you know, obtaining the throwables, right? Like the electric cells, the acid bottle, and the thermite, right? However, there is also the possibility of me just, like, literally going to an area like this one right here where we are and farming ergo, right? Spending some time, maybe, like, doing 2 runs of this area and getting, like, you know, 7,000, maybe 8,000 ergo, and, you know, spending it on the throwables, right? So we could do that. And so what I'm thinking... Let me see here. Let's go to teleport. We're gonna go to... Let's go to this Stargazer or this location. I actually wonder what happens when I teleport here. Ah, I see. Okay. So it's not really like a Stargazer. Oh, it is a Stargazer. Okay. It just, I see. So it brings me to this elevator. Okay, okay. Okay. So, how much do we need to level? Let me take a look here, chat. 13,000. Okay. Alright, alright. Um... Hmm. Thinking. Okay. Before I upgrade anything, before I invest in any specific stat, I do want to triple check the wiki page because, you know, for those of you out there who don't know, um, it seems like very similarly to other Souls games out there, like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, you know, so on and so forth. Um, Basically, it seems like Lies of P, right? The different stats. There are kind of like these very specific levels where you kind of get diminishing returns, right? These are like specific levels where they consider them to be breakpoints, or they consider them to be like a soft cap, right? In terms of how much value are you getting out of leveling up, right? Compared to the amount of ergo that you're spending. So let me check the Wikipedia page here. Let's go to here. Okay. So capacity has no cap. It's basically just +3 weight every single level, which is really, really nice. So that means capacity is a very valuable stat to level up. Stamina, I mean, stamina is really useful to have, without a doubt, but I don't really know if I want to prioritize that one. Um, I see, I see. Okay, okay. Yeah, it doesn't really mention any, you know, soft caps or anything. Basically, what I see here is, in terms of the, like, damage that we deal, right? Um, so right now, we are currently at level 30 technique, right? Um, so at level 32, or I guess basically, yeah, so once we get to level 32 technique, right? After that point, starting at level 33 all the way to level 39, we are getting +3 damage, you know, on our weapon per level, right? So yeah, like basically from right now we're at level 30, from level 30 to 31 and then to 32, we are going to get +4 damage per level, you know, with our technique stat, right? That we are leveling up, right? But yeah, honestly, so what I can see here on this like chart that I'm looking at on the wiki page, it seems like essentially, so level 45 on, you know, whatever stat it is, whether it's motivity, whether it's technique, whether it's advanced, right? Level 45 is the final level where when you level up the stat, you get +2 damage per level, right? However, when you get to level 46 and you go beyond that, right? You are only like, you know, getting an upgrade of 1 damage per level, which is not really that valuable. And you know, if I'm going to be completely honest, I think that upgrading your, you know, offensive stat, whether it's motivity or technique or advance, upgrading that and only getting 2 additional damage on your weapon per level, that right there is also, I think, you know, not the most, um, like, worthwhile value for the amount of ergo that you spend, I think. Um, and so it is debatable. It is questionable. I think that maybe possibly going up to the point where every every level that you do, you get like +3 damage on your weapon per level. I think that is probably the like stopping point. That's probably the ideal kind of like threshold. And it says here basically level 39 is the final level where you will get +3 damage per level that you upgrade. So I think once you hit level 40, it's probably not really that worthwhile to upgrade further on motivity, technique, or advance. That is at least the way that I am interpreting it, right? But of course, all of this is it is completely like subjective, right? Some other person out there, they might see it in a different way. They might value it much more than I value it, right? So let's see. Honestly, I do not really have a problem with increasing capacity. I think that increasing capacity might be like super duper 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 worth it, but I don't know when I want to stop. That's the thing. Um, let me see here. Man, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if I have enough. You know what? Let me do some quick calculations, chat. I'm gonna calculate something very, very quickly. So if I do this, let me open up calculator. Let me drag it over here. And then what is this number here? 13,356, right? 13,356. You multiply that by 10. 133,000. Basically 134,000. I do not think that I have that. Let me see here. So, let's take a look at my bag. Okay, let's do some counting, shall we, chat? So we have 10,000 plus, and then we have what else here? We have 7,000 times 2, that is 14,000 plus 5,000 multiplied by 7, that is 35, right? 7 times 5 is 35. At least, I hope it is, if my mental math is not incorrect. So, plus 35,000 plus, let me see here. Then we have 7 times 3 is 21. So we have plus 21,000. Okay. Okay. Then we have 2 times 4 is 8,000. So we have plus 8,000. Then we have, what else do we have here? This one is 2,000. Okay, okay, 2,000. Plus 7 times 7. So this is what, 4,900, I think? Let me see here, hold on. Yeah, 4,900. Okay. So 4,900 plus. Then what do we have? 300. Okay. 300 plus 200. That's basically 500 right there. Okay, 500. So plus 500 equals. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is going to be tough, chat. Because basically, what I'm seeing here, in terms of the ergo that we have in our inventory, right, our bag, we have 95,400, right? And, in order to upgrade about 10 times, right, we need a minimum of, I would probably say, 134,000, maybe even like 140,000 ergo, right? So yeah, we do not have enough to level up 10 times, which is quite unfortunate. However, I think we can still make it work. So let me take this number here. Let me divide this number by... Okay, so about 7 levels. I would say it's probably about 6 levels or something that we can upgrade. Maybe even less than 6 levels if we're unlucky. If the amount of ergo increases massively per level, then it might be less than that. Okay, so let me see here, chat. Let me see. Let's go ahead. Cool, we're right in front of here. Use the Stargazer. Wait a second. Hold on. Bag. Boom. Use. Boom. Use. Boom. Use. Boom. Use. Click. Use. Click. Use. Click. Use. Click. Use. Click. Use. Nice. Okay, perfect. 99,000. Okay. And then let me click on Stargazer. I'm just gonna check here and see. Level up. 6 levels. And then we have 10,000. I think it's honestly doable to you know, farm up 5,000, chat. We can farm up 5,000 ergo, and that way we can, you know, level up 7 times rather than 6 times, right? Yeah, that's definitely doable. Okay, so let's see here. We gonna go to... Let me teleport. Bring me back to my farming area. Nice. You know, chat, one thing that I will say, which, I find this to be extremely unfortunate, and, you know, I wish that the system in this game did not work this way, right? So, I was, you know, kind of browsing around online, and I was looking at, basically potential ways to level up quickly in Lies of P, right? And ways to get a lot of ergo quickly, you know? And, so... I found this video online. I found this video on YouTube, and it was like, oh, here's this farming guide, right? So, you know, I watched the video, and I was like, okay, cool farming guide, right? So after I did that, you know, basically, I watched the video, and I looked at what their method was, and one of the things that they showcased in the video is that apparently in Lies of P, right, there are some upgrades that you can obtain from the P organ, and these upgrades make it to where, you know, when you are killing enemies, you know, any enemy in the game, it can be, you know, one of these enemies out in the open world, when you kill enemies out in the open world and when you kill bosses and whatever, you obtain, like, extra ergo, right? So it increases the amount of ergo that you obtain from killing enemies, and those are upgrades for the P organ, right? I personally really dislike that. I think that it is it's kind of shitty to unlock or sorry, to restrict or to lock a feature like that behind the P organ, right? And the reason why I say this is that you know, essentially with the P organ, right? The way that the P organ works, right? I think that the P organ has so many incredibly valuable upgrades to it, right? And so if you are a smart player, right? If you're someone who is playing the game optimally and trying to get better at the game, trying to improve your character, trying to, you know, make it easier for yourself to fight enemies and kill bosses and whatever, then you are not going to prioritize the increased ergo, you know, the increased ergo upgrades, right, for killing enemies. You know, that's just not going to be your top priority, right? And it's not going to be something that you view as particularly valuable for the strength of your character, right? And so, you know, I feel like locking that kind of, I guess, improvement for farming behind such a valuable tool as the P organ, right? It just makes it feel a little bit scummy, right? A little bit like the game is attempting to, you know, cheat you out of your ergo, right? Yeah, and it just does not feel particularly valuable, right? Because, like, you know, in other Souls games, right, I do not believe that they restrict it in such a you know, strict manner. Locking the acquisition of souls or runes or whatever it is behind like a valuable upgrade. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I think with, for example, with something like Elden Ring, you have a ring that you can wear, which increases rune acquisition. You also have, really? Sit down. There we go. You also have things in Elden Ring, right? Like you have armor that can increase increase soul acquisition, right? You have like consumable items, like for example the gold pickled foulfoot, right? That stuff can increase your ergo acquisition as well, or sorry, not ergo, souls. So it's like Elden Ring does not really lock, you know, those types of abilities, those types of upgrades, or you know, quality of life things behind something incredibly valuable, right? Yeah, like, imagine if, for example, in Elden Ring, maybe if it was something similar to like Lives of P, maybe it would be something where, like, for example, you can only increase the amount of soul acquisition that you get from killing enemies if you level up, you know, let's say hypothetically leveling up Faith to level 40 or level 60 or whatever, right? And if you don't level up Faith at all, then you don't get it, right? That's kind of what it feels like in Lives of P, where, you know, it's locked behind the P organ, which is a valuable mechanic in the game that has so many better upgrades, so many better abilities that you want to unlock compared to ergo acquisition, right? Yeah, so I did not like that. And basically, like, right now with my current build in the game, with my current setup, I only have one thing that increases my ergo acquisition, and that is the what's it called, the amulet that I have. There's an amulet that increases ergo acquisition, but other than that, like, there's no other ability, no other tool, no nothing that I have that can make it easier for me to farm ergo in this game, which is kind of painful, kind of annoying. But yeah. In any case, let's see here, chat. So let's go to level up, and then let me just double check here. Nice, level 32. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, chat. Here's what I'm gonna do. I really want to upgrade capacity. I feel like capacity is such a valuable stat to have. However, I think what I'm probably gonna do is, you know, in order to, first of all, improve my character's like combat performance, right? I think that focusing on damage as a kind of a main priority to begin with, and then focusing on other stats after damage, that is probably more ideal. So I think what I'm going to do, right, here's my plan of action. I think I'm going to upgrade technique, and I'm going to upgrade technique until I get it to level 40, right? And I'm going to stop at level 40. Level 40 is the maximum that I'm going to go to, right? And after I upgrade technique, I think I may potentially start focusing on capacity and upgrading that one, and I'll probably focus on getting capacity from level 25 to level 30. Now, what I do want to do, 100% without a doubt, is eventually, I want to get my vitality and my vigor from level 15 to level 20. I want both of these to be level 20. But I don't know if these are going to be a high priority for me. I think that these are going to be stats where I kind of focus on them towards the end, right? After I'm done with capacity, after I'm done with technique. So what I'll do is, to give you an example, I will upgrade technique to level 40, then upgrade capacity to level 30, then upgrade, let's say vitality to level 20 and then vigor to level 20, or vice versa, vigor to 20 and then vitality to 20, right? Depending on what I feel I might need more, right? Or, I think with vitality and vigor, I don't really mind, upgrading them one at a time, like going from level 15 to level 16, then, vigor level 15 to 16, then vitality 16 to 17, then vigor 16 to 17, right? Like, I don't mind doing that either. That could work. So yeah, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and upgrade technique. I'm going to upgrade it to level 35, right? Boom. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to upgrade capacity to level 27 is what I'm going to do. 27. Boom. There we go. Very, very nice. And then let's go to teleport. Let's go to Hotel Crowd. I want to pick up the golden fruit. Make sure I'm not overflowing with that. And then we are going to jump on into this boss fight and see what the heck works for us. Okay. So, golden fruit is this way. And I think what I'm going to do, chat, for this boss fight, right, against Geppetto, or against the nameless puppet, right? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap my Legion arm and also swap my the grindstone. Because I remember somebody, I think it was Drax, who was in my chat last time that I was playing Lies of P. They mentioned that I think Nameless Puppet is potentially weak to electricity, if I'm not mistaken. So, assuming that, Drax is not lying to me, and that it is accurate, that might potentially be the way to go. So let's see here. Teleport. Let's go to Under the Abyss. What an ominous name for an area. Ominous name for a stargazer. But yeah, no, so chat, to kind of give you guys, right, an idea of basically what to look forward to, right? Where's the stargazer? Here it is. So let's go to Legion arm. I'm gonna swap this over to this. There we go. There we go. Let's see here. Grindstone. Go to electric. Perfect. Wishstone, HP, Stamina, Legion, Fable. Okay, I think we'll leave that as is. I think we'll do that. Okay. So chat, let me take a moment here to speak with you guys and explain to you guys some stuff. So basically, right, for those of you who have been following my channel and following my streams for a while, you will know that I've been essentially playing Lies of P for like the last, well, since this is stream number 15, right, I've done 14 previous live streams playing Lies of P. So that means that, technically today is like the 15th day that I am playing this game. 15th stream, 15th day, right? And with the amount of streams that I do, normally I do like 3 streams a week. That's basically, the last, how many weeks is that? Let's see. 5 weeks? Is that correct? That can't be right. That cannot be right. I don't think it's 5 weeks, chat. It has to be less than that. But anyways, right, the point that I'm trying to make is that I've been streaming Lies of P for quite some time on my channel. And, I will say that, typically speaking, I really do enjoy, basically streaming a variety of things, right? I don't love to pigeonhole myself into only playing, like, one game, or one genre or whatever, right? And so, I think that it is very, 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 like, logical and very, I would say very common sense, very expected, that after I finish playing Lies of P and I beat the game, I might just be like, okay, you know what, guys? We are going to basically, like, close out our Lies of P journey, and we are going to, go and play a different game. We're going to go and move on to the next game, right? However, I think that, you know, there's so many things that I missed on my very first playthrough of Lies of P that I really want to experience New Game Plus, right? I want to play the game again. I want to obtain everything and see everything and experience everything that I have not been able to do on my very first playthrough, right? So what that means is that, you know, I'm hoping none of you out there who hear this are disappointed. I hope that none of you guys out there are like, oh man, what a bummer, what a shame, right? But I think that essentially, for the foreseeable future, right, until I get to a point where basically I just feel like, okay, you know what, I feel completed. I feel like I have played enough of Lies of P and I don't need to play anymore. Until I get to that point, I'm basically, for the foreseeable future, going to become a Lies of P streamer, right? Eventually there will be a point where I put down the game and I'm like, okay, let's move on to the next game. But I think that very, very, very likely I'm going to do my second playthrough, basically going through New Game Plus of Lies of P, and I think I'm gonna stream the entire thing, right? I'm gonna play New Game Plus, and that is gonna be sort of like my quote-unquote next journey, right? Where I replay the game from the very beginning, going over everything that I missed, and you know, kind of completing all of the achievements and obtaining all the weapons and items and abilities and all that stuff, right? That is kind of like what I'm thinking. And so, yeah, I think the TLDR is that you should probably expect a lot more Lies of P streams from me in the future. I don't think that, you know, after we finish this very first kind of quote-unquote blind playthrough, I don't think that this will be the end of Lies of P on my channel, right? Because I want to fully experience everything, and I want to make sure that I am 100% prepped and ready for the arrival of the DLC whenever it does come out. Yeah, and then I think, like, you know, going into New Game Plus, it should allow me to kind of experiment and try maybe some new things in the game that I didn't try the first time around, and hopefully have an easier time, have a less stressful, less frustrating, less annoying time with some of the bosses, some of the areas, some of the content, right? But yeah. In any case, chat, let's go ahead and let's continue, shall we? Let's get into this. Okay. So, let's see here. Yep, we've got weapon ready. Legion, okay. Alright. I don't think I want to use any consumables right now, chat, because I have a feeling that there is probably going to be a phase 2 of Nameless Puppet, and very, very, very likely I'm going to hate it. Very likely. If there's not a phase 2, I will be legitimately shocked and surprised. Legitimately. But yeah. Let me check my build here. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this one. Let's see here. Ooh, 75%. That's not bad at all. Okay. But then, hold on. Am I using... I am. Okay. Electric shock. Shock. Strike. I don't remember what damage this guy deals, but I do need to figure it out. 100%. The Nameless Puppet. So Fury Attack Dodge is available. I actually have not really taken a look at my amulets, chat. I haven't. Let me see here. Max HP, max stamina, max legion, weapon durability consumption, restores HP continuously. This one is actually pretty damn good. I like it. Motivity, technique, advance. 3 for motivity and technique. Increases weight limit. Increases weight limit even better. Okay. Physical damage reduction. Disruption shock break. Increases damage inflicted on carcasses, humans, puppets. Increases critical attack. Probably not that useful for my weapon. Enables dodging even with low stamina. Increases weapon attack in proportion to the number of Fable slots. Don't really have a lot of Fable slots. Upon a perfect guard, temporarily increase damage inflicted by weapon attack. Has a chance of none being consumed when using pulse cells. This one is really, really nice. Really nice. Legion Arm ability tier upgraded. Increases physical damage upon a successful attack. So this one is basically like, I guess the more that I attack, right, the more damage that I deal. There's a similar, I think there's maybe one or maybe multiple similar, what are they called? Talismans in Elden Ring, right? Where, yeah, it's like, you know, the consecutive attacks, they increase the damage, right? This one is really, really nice. The Fury Attack dodge. Upon a successful guard, weapon durability is not consumed. This one is actually really, really valuable. Yeah, I really like it. And then increases Fable Arts damage inflicted on a staggered enemy. I do really like the Patience Amulet because, you know, for example, in Elden Ring, right, chat? Stamina, I think in any Souls game, is very extremely important, very valuable, right? And you never, ever, ever want to run low on stamina. If you're low on stamina, then, you know, you're fighting a losing battle, right? In Elden Ring, I remember that, like, I would have multiple different, like, items or you know, kind of abilities or whatever that would help with stamina, right? There was a shield that I had where when you wore the shield on your back, you could increase your stamina recovery speed passively, right? And then I think that there are like some talismans in Elden Ring that you can equip, which also boosts your stamina recovery speed as well, right? So there's different things in Elden Ring that you can do to help with stamina management, and you know, in Elden Ring they were so valuable, so good, right? And I think it's the exact same in Lies of P as well. So that is why I really, really, really value the Patience Amulet, right? The only other one that is kind of sort of a little bit similar to the Patience Amulet would be the Blue Guardianship one. However, this one increases the max amount of your stats rather than the recovery speed of it. It just basically, like, for stamina specifically, right, it gives you more stamina, but it does not give you an increased speed of recovery, right? So yeah. Okay, let's go with these two amulets for the time being. And then I should probably figure out what this guy does. Let me see here. Overheat, electric shock, decay. I actually don't really know what he does in terms of any particular status effect if he you know, applies it at all, right? Yeah, okay. All right, chat. In any case, let's do this. Let's go in and let's see. All right. By the way, how much Legion caliber do I have? Where is it? Quartz? No, it's not in this tab. Okay. It's not in this tab. Let me see here. These are like lore items. Does it actually not show me how much Legion caliber that I have on me? If it doesn't, that's honestly impressive. That is surprising. Alright, chat. In any case, let's do this, shall we? Let's go ahead and go on in, and we'll see how this fight goes. We'll see if we can potentially learn this fight, okay?
You can become a real human.
Shut up, Geppetto.
Come to me, my son.
God damn.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant.
Ooh. Okay.
No, I'll turn you into a real.
So, this nameless puppet, right? The attacks are really, really slow, and they're really heavy as well. So I gotta be careful about that. Alright. Let me see here.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
my
Grand
God.
Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories with it.
This is crazy, chat. The timing on the attacks, I cannot get used to it. I cannot figure it out. I need to spend some time, you know, fighting this boss over and over again and figuring out what works. What's going on, Yvain? Welcome on in, homie. How you doing tonight?
Come to me, my son.
My God, that's so... The timing is insane.
I never
Yeah.
bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
That is insane timing. Insane timing.
I know you have gone astray. You troublesome little puppet.
Hey, I got those.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
Ooh, nice block. That is so fast.
If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself.
Phase 2? Yep. I know there's a phase 2. You can't trick me. You cannot trick me. I know there's a phase 2. What the fuck? Now he's a headless puppet. Or a half-head
How
puppet.
dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jen from Production B.
Wait, that's Eugene? Wait, what? What the fuck happened? Wait, what? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Why is Eugene speaking? I need to see something here. Hold on. Eugene has to be back at the hotel. There's no way that she, like, you know, ran off or teleported or whatever. She's literally right here. Okay.
You're here.
Interesting. And there's no dialogue for her at all. This is so weird. I'm now very curious to know what is going on. Ready for Saturday? Dude. So, Yvain, I think you probably know about this. Like, this is probably not gonna surprise you one bit, right? You know, basically today and tomorrow, I have a lot of stuff that I need to do with regards to school, because, you know, the big thing is I need to make sure that, like, over the weekend I have no homework assignments and whatever, right, to do, because I'm going to be attending the convention the entire weekend. So, you know, today and tomorrow I am going to be extremely busy. I am very, very, very ready for the Soba, you know, meetup, the hangout, right? Very ready for that. I can't wait. And yeah, no, so tomorrow I'm actually going to be, after my class, I'm going to be driving over to Seattle because I need to go and pick up my badge for SakuraCon, right? SakuraCon badge pickup starts tomorrow. You can also go on Friday as well to pick it up, or even like Saturday or whatever for the people who are only going like one day. But basically I want to try to get my badge as early as possible. So tomorrow I need to grab my badge. I need to you know, finish any school stuff that is on my calendar, and yeah, I need to prepare for the weekend, because I know for a fact that, you know, while I am gonna have a lot of fun, I'm very excited for SoccerCon. I'm very excited for the Soba meetup. I also know that I'm gonna be very tired. I'm gonna be very exhausted because I'm gonna be walking around all day, and yeah, I mean it's just typical convention stuff, you know. And so yeah, I'm extremely ready, totally ready. But yeah, the next couple of days, well, basically just today and tomorrow, I will have to put my head down and grind. Have to do some work stuff. Yeah. But, anyways, I hope you enjoy the convention as well. For the I think you're going one day, right? For the day that you're going, hope you enjoy it. And I can't wait to see you at the Soba meetup and whatnot. I know that with your schedule, right? Since you're not going to be attending SoccerCon multiple days, right? I know that you're probably quite busy, quite occupied with family things and whatnot. Um, you know, basically, if you do potentially at all have any free time, where you want to meet up and like grab some food or whatever, during this weekend, and if it's during a time when I'm not like actively walking around SoccerCon or whatever, then we can set something up. I'm totally down for that. But yeah. Getting all the story now. Yep. Getting all the lore. I do think the lore of this game is very, very intriguing, and I want to learn as much of it as I possibly can. But yeah, sometimes Souls games, they can be very secretive with the lore, you know? Good deal. Mm-hmm. We were planning on going, but not anymore. Ooh, yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it is what it is, right? And so one thing that I think is a little bit sad, right? I remember I was speaking to Precedence about this, and I don't remember if you've met Precedence. Maybe you haven't. There's a chance that you haven't met him, but Precedence is a fellow Soba gentleman, right? I remember I spoke to him, and he said that basically every single year, SoccerCon is scheduled during the same week as Easter Sunday, which I never really thought about that, and I never really kind of realized that. It sounds like it might be true. I don't know if it is. It could be slightly incorrect, but yeah, no, the fact that it's happening, on such a kind of like big important holiday for some people, right, in the US and maybe even outside the US, right? Easter Sunday, right? There are many people who consider that to be a very very significant important day, right? So I now that I think about it, and I realize that it does happen that weekend of Easter Sunday, it is kind of unfortunate. It is kind of kind of just bad timing. I wish that they would not schedule it for that weekend, but it's probably just because maybe the Seattle Convention Center, they may not be available other weeks, like the week before, the week after, or whatever. Maybe they just don't have that availability or something. I have no idea. But yeah, I can expect that Easter Sunday and obviously like doing other activities with family, that can take priority and can definitely not work well with the convention schedule, right? So I totally get it. But I hope that at least one year, maybe next year, maybe the year after, whatever, I hope you guys are able to experience SoccerCon at least once. Because, at least to me, I think that SoccerCon is, it is my favorite convention that I've ever attended. I love it. I don't know if other people will agree with this, other people if they feel the same way. But I really, really love and appreciate SoccerCon, and I think that it's a wonderful event that everyone out there can experience, right? So yeah. But even still, I'm very, very hyped up, very ready, and very willing to hang out on Saturday, when the Soba meetup happens, right? Totally down for that, 100%. Yeah. One thing that, oh man, I actually don't know how it's gonna turn out. I'm quite curious about that, because, I was kind of thinking about it, right? I think last year, was it? Oh man, maybe it wasn't SoccerCon. Maybe it was PAX West, right? That happened. Yeah, I think it was PAX West. That must have been it. I remember that like Soba, right? They basically planned out this this meetup event that was gonna be happening. I think it was like the day, or not really the day, the night or the evening before the first day of PAX, if I'm not mistaken, right? So like I think if PAX started on Friday, for example, then on like Thursday evening they had like this meetup, this get together, right? And basically what ended up happening is that a lot of people who were attending PAX, but they were not like previously affiliated with Soba. They were like kind of newbies, people who had never ever attended a meetup before. They all showed up to this because they thought it might be some kind of like a party type event, right? And so yeah, the attendance for that Soba meetup before PAX was like super duper high. There was like, you know, probably a couple, maybe like 100, maybe 200 people that showed up. There was a lot of people that showed up there. So I'm not sure how the SakuraCon meetup is going to happen. Not sure how the Saturday meetup is going to happen. Like whether there's going to be a big turnout or not. But I would not be surprised if there will be. Not sure. But yeah. In any case, okay. Let me stop yapping and let me get on with this fight.
You can become a real human.
Shut up, Geppetto.
Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Okay.
I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself.
Since when did this guy get heals?
After I lost you, my life was waited so long.
Holy moly. My god. The timing on some of those attacks is rough. Like, there are some really quick attacks there, but then a lot of them are very heavily delayed.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Okay.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Oh, I didn't block that last one.
I know you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
Oh, man. Oh, man. How unlucky. How unlucky. Yeah. Yeah, that was rough. Not sure historically, but lands right on Easter weekend. Yeah. Hope the turnout is great. We'll see. Yeah. I will say, you know, I think that, for me, I think that there's a comfort level when it comes to the turnout, right? I think that there's a level where it's like, okay, up to a certain amount of attendees, I'm comfortable and I'm like, this is great, this is fantastic. I'm very, you know, happy that this event is turning out well. But then like, you know, so I think it was last year, maybe it was the year before last, right? When they had the big convention and then they held like a pre-convention meetup. Basically, so they hosted this meetup at a location called the Hard Rock Cafe. There was a cafe nearby the area where they hosted it, right? And the amount of people that showed up to that meetup was insane, to the point where like it was almost as if people were being, you know, kind of squished in the building, packed together like sardines, right? It was very much a very, very, very busy event. And, you know, essentially, like, so with the cafe that it was hosted at, right? There was multiple floors. I think there was like maybe 2 floors in total. And if I remember correctly, basically the bottom floor, right? That was kind of like the general mingling area, and then the upstairs areas, it was like if you are a I think it was like if you are a Twitch partner or like a Twitch affiliate, right? You are allowed to go up to those areas. However, if you are not like a quote unquote like verified content creator, streamer, whatever, then you kind of have to stay on the first floor. And so yeah, like I spent a lot of time on like the upper areas of that building because, you know, going down to like the first floor and whatever, it was very, very overcrowded in my opinion. I was not a big fan of it. But yeah, it was what it was, right?
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
My
I
God.
never bound you to the Grand Covenant.
That attack that the puppet does where he kind of you know, dashes towards you and then like slams the shoulder into you, that one's so hard to read. I can't get the timing for that. I can't. Hey, grab my air gun.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I know you have gone astray. You troublesome little puppet.
What? How did I...
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
Fuck you. That is so fast.
If you can't find those memories,
Hey, no
I'll
healing.
make you into a real human myself. After I lost you, my life was full of nothing but regret. If only I had spent more time with you. If only I had read you more.
Unfortunate.
Now,
Unfortunate.
I'll turn you into a real human.
Man, it's this is tough. Like I'm very very like, you know, surprised that they don't allow a Spectre to be summoned for this fight. Very surprised. What's going on, Modified?
become a
Want to
real
punch Geppetto?
human.
Me too. Me too.
Come to me, my son.
Why can't I time those properly?
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray. You troublesome little puppet.
My God, okay.
Your freedom is not for you, but Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself. After I lost you, my life was full of nothing but regret. If only no. Oh,
I'm actually curious. So with that Fable Art thing, can you block multiple attacks in a row like that? Or is it like, is there a cooldown? Like if you press it, you know, one after the other, does it work that way, you know?
Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray, you troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself.
Okay.
So after I lost you.
Not good. Not good. This boss, like, I think the toughest thing about him is the timing of the attacks. But in terms of, like, you know, I guess, yeah, in terms of, like, his difficulty of the attacks that he does, right? How, like, complicated, how complex they might be, it's not really that
Become a real
terrible.
human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. So long to bring you back.
Man, that's really tough. Really, really tough.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Ooh, that attack is annoying.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself. After I lost you, my life was full of nothing but regret. If only I had spent more time with you. If only I had read you your favorite book. Father to son. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Ooh, I thought I blocked that. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. That thing extends. What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm actually curious to know, is there like a strategy to like easily beat this guy? Like absolutely demolish him? Because I don't know if yeah, if it is doable. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Huh.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray, you troublesome little puppet.
What? How did that hit?
Your freedom is
Oh,
not
I
for
shouldn't
you,
have timed that.
but Carlo.
Yeah.
So long to bring you. No father wants to resort.
That was really, really, really bad. I completely fucked up that opportunity to stagger him.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know
That
you
one
have
is so
gone astray,
fast.
you
So fast.
troublesome little puppet.
Wow.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
Missed that one.
If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jen.
So long to bring you back.
God damn, this boss. Holy moly. Yeah, chat, I do not think that we are going to be able to beat this guy. This guy is really tough. My God. Let me try something. Let me see here. What about this weapon? Hold on. Not bad, not bad. I don't know if it's worth. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if, I don't know if this puppet is weak to shock, you know?
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
That one is so rough.
I know you have gone astray, you troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no
Wow.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
This is insane. Holy moly. Okay, let's try something, chat. Let's try this.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you've gone astray. Troublesome little puppet.
That's rough.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jen from the Russian community.
Wait, I didn't block that? Did I not block that on time? I don't know really what happened there. I thought I did. Alright.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray.
I swear I blocked the second one. The first one I definitely got hit by, but the second one I blocked it. That was weird. That was really weird. Oh boy.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
What? I blocked that. I blocked that as well.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray, you troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No one wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Fucking Christ, that attack. Holy moly, chat. I don't know how to dodge that. I think honestly I need to, instead of like trying to sidestep it, right? I think I need to just run, flat out run, because yeah, the timing on that is really, really annoying. Alright, here we go.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
I fucking blocked both of those.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. Boy,
Okay.
now I know you had gone astray.
Oh, by the way, I completely forgot to mention. So we've heard Eugene, and now we've also heard, what's her name? Antoinetta? Is that her name? Antoinette? I don't remember, what her name was. Lady Antoine? Yeah, but we heard the old lady, we heard Eugene. So it seems like we are kind of like, experiencing memories from these people.
Come to me, my son.
I blocked both of those, but sure.
So long to bring you back.
Shut up, Geppetto. God damn it. This guy's so annoying with his talking. Lady Antonia, okay. I thought it was, like, more Italian than before, but never mind.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Nice.
I know you have gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
How do I block that? That is insane. Holy moly. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm very curious, so I'm going to take a look here at the Wikipedia page for this guy, because I want to know what the heck they recommend here. There has to be some kind of a strategy to make it easier. Let me see. Try to back him up into a corner to prevent him from moving too much. Continue to circle behind him. If you keep moving this way, you are less likely to get hit by the direction attacks. Okay, okay. There isn't really that much of, yeah, there isn't really that much of a guide here, honestly. Interesting, interesting. Okay, okay. Yeah, there's not really much of a guide, chat. The wiki page does not really yeah, doesn't really have any useful information written, which is unfortunate.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never found you the memories within you. I know you've gone astray, you troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
Okay, so that's not an AoE.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am
Dude.
Jen, your worship leader.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Damn, and also chat. Wow, that is crazy. The amount of damage that I dealt, like, it was not nothing. It was not horrible, but it was a lot less than I expected in phase 2. A lot less. Huh.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you've gone astray. Troublesome little puppet.
What? I blocked that.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
You're someone that I think. Who knows? Maybe this is what real freedom feels like. Thank you, Carlo.
Oh my god, what the hell? Wait. What the fuck was that attack? Hello? I am so confused, chat. I'm so confused. I swear I dodged that attack. Did I dodge it too early? I don't know what happened there. That is so weird.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
I swear I blocked that.
I know you've gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jen, your champion.
So,
My god, dude.
Carla.
Oof, that is rough. That is really, really, really rough. Didn't remember that attack? Yeah, that's the first time I'm seeing it as well, so you and me both, bud. You and me both. I do not know what the heck to do with this boss. Alright, try this, chat.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray, you troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, how dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jen, your champion.
The passion of those days is not more, but I can't remove those memories. You're someone who doesn't give up. Who knows?
Fuck off, there's no way. Dude, you're kidding me.
Maybe this is what real freedom feels like. Thank you, Carla.
I've waited so long to bring you back.
Jesus Christ, dude. I think what's happening is for the grab attack, right? I am early rolling it because I'm panicking. Absolutely fucking crazy, though. I feel like the precision, the timing for that is really, really, really specific. Yo, the subscription, what's going on? I appreciate it, Modified. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, man. Alright, let's see here. Let's keep going, shall we? Let's keep going.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Missed that one.
I know you have gone astray, you troublesome little puppet. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Holy moly.
I am Jen. What shall we do?
The passion of those memories is long gone, but I still remember those memories. What if someone doesn't give up? Who knows?
I gotta block that one. So, when he does the thrust, if I don't block it, I just automatically die. Like, there's no way to get around it. You have faith that I can achieve it? Maybe not today. Maybe not today. Maybe in the future, but someday. Someday.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
I blocked that.
Now,
Don't know why the game didn't recognize that I blocked that.
you can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jen. What shall we do?
That attack is so annoying. Yeah. Yeah. I really, really hate that attack. Really hate that attack. One of the worst ones for sure.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Really?
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant with other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
I am Jen. What shall we do?
The passion of those memories is long gone,
Fuck, I missed that one.
Maybe this is what real freedom feels like. Carl.
So long to bring you back,
Goddamn.
Carlo.
Goddamn, Chad. Goddamn. I think I'm, like, slowly getting better at, what's it called? At, you know, blocking some of the attacks. However, there are some attacks that he does in phase 2 that I can't
Become
block.
a real human. Come to me, my son.
What?
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. So long.
How did he manage to fucking stagger me? I'm very, very, very confused by that. I don't know how he managed to, you know, stagger me at that point. Was I like really that low on stamina? Was I at like 0 stamina or something? Because I wasn't paying attention to my stamina bar.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the
Oh, that's the fucking dash. I keep forgetting, chat. I thought that,
The passion flows in the water, but I still agree with those memories. You're someone who doesn't give up. Who knows? Maybe this is what real freedom feels like. Thank you.
fuck, that was really bad.
As much as I can. Save Carl.
Dude, that attack is so bad. Okay. No! Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Oh, that was so bad. Oh, that was so bad. I had to clip that, man. That was so bad. We were literally 1 HP. Literally 1 HP from killing it. Holy moly. Okay, alright, let me see here. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. Okay. Give me... Yes, give me this. Okay. There we go. And then... Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. Here is what I'm gonna do. So... Let me go and grab some golden fruit. Even though I'm... You know, there's no use for a fucking specter here, so it's goddamn worthless. Yeah, that was brutal, chat. We were so close. We were literally like right at the fucking finish line. And then dude, we ran out of HP. That was bad. That was so bad. Okay. So, what I want to do... Let me see here, chat. 568, okay. So, chat, we are going to take a detour. I need to go and farm some ergo. Because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep on buying the electrical throwing cell one. I'm going to buy more of those. Yeah, because... I want to go into the fight not empty-handed, right? And I want to be prepared. Before we start, let me see here. Nope. Let's go here. Okay, ergo acquisition. There we go. Get some extra ergo. Okay. Go up the ladder here. The nice thing is that, you know, doing one run of this area right here, chat, basically gives us enough, ergo to buy 5 of the, you know, 5 of the throwables that we want. And so... Yeah, we basically just get to farm this area one time, buy 5 of the throwing cells, and then we're chilling. Okay. One more enemy to kill down here. There we go. Ooh, an ergo fragment. I'll take that. Okay. So now, go back to the Stargazer. Yeah, we're basically like, from now until we beat the Nameless Puppet fight, we are going to be spending all of our ergo on buying the throwables, on the electric cells. So we're going to go here, we're going to go to... Where's Malum? There we go. Oh man, chat, that was such a good attempt. Such a good attempt that we did.
The boss says we're...
Okay, let's see here. Electric throwing cell, give me all of them. Nice. 164 ergo. Literally nothing. Okay. Back to the boss fight, baby. Back to the boss fight. Yeah, that was such a good attempt that we fumbled really hard at the end. Okay, let's see here. Enter.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray.
What is going on with my timing?
Trouble puppet.
Yeah, this attempt is dead.
You're free, Gregor.
Yep.
So long to bring you back, Carlo.
Yeah. Okay.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray, you troubled little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jen from the
Dude, that's insane. That's fucking insane. Oh boy. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do, chat? Give me a second here. Pause the game. Go here. Let me see here. Okay. So, YouTube, we're gonna search. Nameless puppet. Perfect guard. Complete boss guide. We can check this one out. We can see this one.
What's up?
And see if this video is helpful at all. No. That's incorrect, modified. I don't know if you can see here the cap. I don't know if you can like look closely at it. Maybe this will give it like a better picture. If you don't recognize it, then I can tell you what the answer is. I can tell you what it references. But it is not Record of Ragnarok. It is a different anime. One that is, at least from what I understand, this anime is even more popular than Record of Ragnarok. Like, Record of Ragnarok is, it's okay. It's, yeah, so-so. But this anime right here is even more like even more popular, even more well liked all around the world. But yeah, if you don't recognize it, I can tell you which one it is. Yeah, basically this hat was given to me by a friend of mine, and it was a birthday gift. And so, you know, even though like before this hat, before I wore this hat, the only types of hats that I really liked were the hats that have like a flat bill on it, right? I don't really like this curved bill, but since I got it as a birthday gift, I decided to, you know, wear it and honor, you know, the kindness that my friend showcased by giving it to me. So yeah, if you don't recognize the anime modified, then let me know, and I can tell you what the answer is. But it's not Record of Ragnarok. It's in the same like genre, you know, same category, right? You saw the similar colors? Yeah, I think Record of Ragnarok does kind of have a little bit of a similarity to this one. Um, but yeah, on like, so this is just my personal opinion, right? I don't know if other people out there agree or disagree with this. I thought Record of Ragnarok was very, very, very mediocre. I did not really love it. I thought it was okay, but I feel like it had the potential to be so much better, you know? Oh, it resembles the manga cover. Okay, okay. Yeah. But, yeah, if you don't know what the anime is, I can tell you which one it's from. I'm just, you know, I am a little bit surprised that it's not, instantly recognizable, because I've had a couple of people who see the hat, and they recognize it automatically, right away, just because of how popular it is, you know? Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna speed up this video here so that I don't have to listen to the slow version. I'm gonna see what he says.
What's up, everybody? Today I'm going to show you how to beat the Nameless Puppet. Let's get into it. For items, all we really want is either the indomitable grindstone or the professional grindstone, because it's going to be throwing a lot of moves at you left and right. He has this move where he throws the shoulder at you and does a 360 slash attack. All you gotta do to avoid this is just jump to the right, and he throws the shoulder at you, jump back when he slashes at you, go forward, and then punish him with an R2 charge attack. He also has this double spin slash attack. What we want to do is just block the first one, and then wait till his left hand is back on his weapon, and then guard again. There's this move where he does 2 upward slashes and finishes off with an unblockable. You're just going to block the first, we're backing up for the first 3 hits. Here's that again in slow motion. His eyes glow red, but we can still use the same concept. Because alternatively, what we can do is dodge to the right.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Alternatively, what we can do is dodge the red glow to fade away, and then we can hit guard. Right, but we can still use the same away, and then we're gonna hit guard, which will open up for an attack. Away, and then we're gonna hit. To perfect guard this, we're gonna wait for the yellow light to fade for his eyes light, and to make sure you have enough to continue dodging. On his second phase, he has this move where his eyes light up yellow, and he jumps across the room for a double slash. To perfect guard this, we're gonna wait for the yellow light to fade away, and then we're gonna hit guard, which will open him up for an attack. The timing is more tricky when his eyes glow red, but we can still use the same concept. We just wait for the red glow to fade away, and then we can hit guard. Alternatively, what we can do is dodge to the right after the red glow goes away. That way we can avoid this move altogether. He also has a few different variants of this 4-hit combo right here. This is where those grindstones mentioned earlier come in handy, so that you can tank his attacks and then you can throw your own attack after his combo is finished. He also has this move where he jumps in the air and starts spinning down at you. We can completely avoid this by running clockwise towards him while he's up in the air. Same thing with this move. He's going to jump in the air, slam down on the ground, reload his fire. We'll avoid it the same way by running clockwise towards him while he's up in the air, which will also open up for an attack. He also has this move where he charges up the sword and slams on the ground, making away fire. To not get hit by this, we immediately got to start running behind him once we see him charge up the sword. Same thing with this move where he lights up with yellow sparkles, so stab, followed by blast attack, another stab, and jump attack. The goal is to start running behind him while he's charging up his attack, and then stay behind him so that we don't get hit, which will leave us an opening for our own attack. There's also this move where he pops back and throws a wide flame slash at you. If you can't perfect guard this, you can always dodge roll backwards to avoid it. And last but not least, after any fatal attack, he'll respond with an AoE explosion. All you gotta do is just stay back to not get hit. While he's exploding, you can also use this as a chance to either hit him with Falcon Eyes, heal, or use the grindstone. So with all that being said, let's take on the boss.
Hold on.
Slammed on the ground, making away fire. And then we can hit guard. Alternatively, what we can do is dodge to the right after the red. On his second phase, he has this move where his eyes light up yellow and he jumps across the room for a double slash. To perfect guard this, we're gonna wait for the yellow light to fade away, and then we're gonna hit guard, which will open him up for an attack. The timing is more tricky when his eyes glow red, but we can still use the same concept. We just wait for the red glow to fade away, and then we can hit guard. Alternatively, what we can do is dodge to the right after the red glow goes away. That way we can avoid this move altogether. He also has a few different variants of this 4-hit combo right here. This is where those grindstones mentioned earlier come in handy, so that you can tank his attacks and then you can throw your own attack after his combo is finished. He He also has this move where he jumps in the air and starts spinning down at you. We can completely avoid this by running clockwise towards him while he's up in the air. Same thing with this move. He's going to jump in the air and slam down on the ground with 3 waves of fire. We'll avoid it the same way by running clockwise towards him while he's up in the air, which will also open him up for an attack. He also has this move where he charges up the sword and slams on the ground, making a wave of fire. To not get hit by this, we immediately gotta start running behind him once we see him charge up the sword. Same thing with this move where he lights up with yellow sparkles, so stab, followed by blast attack, another stab, and attack. The goal is to start running behind him while he's charging up his attack and then stay behind him so that we don't get hit, which will leave us an opening for our own attack. There's also this move where he pops back and throws a wide flame slash at you. If you can't perfect guard this, you can always dodge roll backwards to avoid it. And last but not least, after any fatal attack,
So, this is tough because I think basically this video, chat, the majority of this video, the kind of like advice that is being given is to run kind of like towards your right side and go like, you know, let's say that nameless puppet is here, right? So you run to the right side of your screen, right? And this direction, and then you kind of like circle around him, right? So you have to like kind of go in this this curve around nameless puppet, but I don't really know if that works for the super duper duper fast attack that he does, right? The kind of like combo. Yeah, because that like spinning combo that he does, where he kind of just like plows through you, right? Very, 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 very difficult to... I think that one is very difficult to time, in my opinion, but yeah. Truth is that yes, it had started well, but lately it lost the essence that had made it popular. I see. Is Record of Ragnarok a popular manga or a popular anime in like Latin American countries? So like in Mexico and Brazil and whatever. Because the only thing that I know about Latin American countries is that they love Dragon Ball. They love Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, all of that stuff. Like there are some diehard fans who are Latin American that love Goku and Vegeta and all these different, you know, Dragon Ball characters. But I don't know if I've ever heard anything about Latin America really loving Record of Ragnarok, you know? Okay, let's see here, chat. Dragon Ball is the childhood of Latin America? Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I knew that, you know, a lot of Spanish speakers, they consider that to be possibly their #1 favorite anime, right? Okay. Let's get our head into the game. By the way, Modified, if you're wondering this anime right here, what is the name of it, right? Que es el nombre, right? Del anime. Jujutsu Kaisen. That is the anime, right? Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay, let me see here. All right, chat. Here we go.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Should have dodged that one.
I know you have gone astray. Troublesome little puppet.
Shouldn't have used the heal there.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
Really?
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human myself. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
That attack is so bad, dude. So bad. So bad, chat. So bad. Jujutsu Kaisen is very popular in Mexico. Yeah, yeah. Really, really, like, you know, I think... Here's the thing about Jujutsu Kaisen. I like it. I think it's a good anime. I do also think that it is a little bit overrated, where a lot of people, they consider it to be, like, you know, the best shonen anime, for example. But I don't really know if I agree with that. I don't know.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No
Really?
father wants to resort to them. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
That attack is so bad. That attack is so bad. Dude, that attack is so fucking bad. So bad. I do not know how to block that, and I don't know how to dodge it either. Like, I don't think that you can, you know, time it properly. It's so bad.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lashing, but there's
How
no
dare
other
you?
way.
Dude, this guy fucking dodged my heavy charged attack that was gonna stagger him. What a piece of shit. Holy moly.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray, you troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is
Really?
not for you, but for Carlo.
Yeah, this attempt is dead. This attempt is dead.
No father wants to resort to them.
Another really, really unlucky attempt where basically when I wanted to stagger him, he backed up and he like got out of range, which is fucking annoying. Oh boy.
you can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant with the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Oh man, I mistimed that, chat. I thought I... Did I not? Nice. Fuck. Oh, I blocked it too early. Stop moving away.
Who knows?
Fuck off, mate.
Maybe this is what real freedom feels like. Go.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
So long to bring you back.
Oh boy. That was really, really bad. So what happened there? If you guys did not catch it. Welcome on, Michan, or Michin. Welcome on in. I apologize for the mispronunciation of the username. Very close, yeah. What's going on, Michan? How's it going? How's it going? How was your stream, Michan? I think my, give me a second here. That is weird. I feel like my stream elements is supposed to, like, give you a shout out or something, but it's not giving you a shout out. Hold on. Shout out, X Michan. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why, but usually I have the shout out system set up. Played random games for fun. Okay. That's pretty dope. Pretty dope. Let's see. Wait a second. Michan, you played Hollow Knight. Oh my god. Let me tell you something, Michan. I love Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is near and dear to my heart. It is a magnificent game that I love. I played Hollow Knight maybe a crap ton of years ago. I don't know how long it's been. In fact, you know what? Let me see here. Let me take a look here. I think I maybe have the dates of like when I played it. And if I do have the dates, then I will tell you. But if I don't have the dates, then I do apologize. Let me see here. Hollow Knight. Come on, show me my videos. No. Wait, don't tell me that I don't have my VODs for Hollow Knight. I might not have my VODs. Do I really not? Oh, that would be devastating if I don't. Oh man. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna check Steam, and I'm gonna see here. So Steam, let me take a look at Hollow Knight. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna search for the achievements, and I'm gonna see when was my very first achievement that I got. Man, I wish that I could sort the achievements, but that's fine. Okay, that is... Yeah, no, that's a bug, yeah. That's so weird. So, Michan, on Steam, Hollow Knight is showing that I unlocked my very first achievement in 2007. And that is not correct, because in 2007, I think I was a young child. I was like less than 10 years old or something like that, right? So the second achievement, which is acquiring my first charm, I got it on February 5th, 2023. So 2023 is when I first played Hollow Knight, basically the beginning of the year. I don't know why it chose 2007 for the very first achievement. That is so wacky, so bizarre. Yeah. So that is basically my history, right? Not that long ago? Yeah, that's true. That's true. But here's the thing, right, Michan? If I were to try and, you know, load up Hollow Knight and play it, oh, I am so bad. I'm so washed. I have forgotten everything about that game. I love it to death, though. I love it to death so much. Let me see here. Did I miss any messages that you sent? I want to make sure that I read it. Scroll. Hollow Knight is one of the games that you replay just for fun. Oh my god. So you're a better human being than I am. You're a god at Hollow Knight if you replay it for fun. That's how you feel playing P5? Pantheon 5? Feel nothing but pain and being washed? Yeah. By the way, there might be ads starting soon. I apologize if you get hit by them. We'll pause the conversation if the ads hit. Sad. There we go. Yeah, the stupid Twitch ad system, it's like really bad timing, honestly. I feel like it's never proper. Let's see here. 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads according to OBS, according to Twitch. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Well, I mean, Jeff Bezos has to get rich somehow, right? Yeah, and whatever other CEO of Twitch or whatnot, they like the higher ups. They have to make their money somehow. Greedy little pigs. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to appreciate the follow, appreciate it a lot. I'm gonna make sure that I don't miss any messages here, and I'm gonna make sure that I don't say anything important that might be blocked by the advertisements, but we have about 30 seconds remaining on the ads. Let's see here. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's insane. That's crazy. I'm gonna respond to this when the ads are done, but I'm reading through the messages right now. That's crazy. Are the ads done? Frickin' Twitch. I think the ads are done. I think we're back. Okay. I need to respond to these comments here. Let me see. How does that make me better? You were just attempting Hitless and Pantheon 5. Okay. Michan? Let me explain to you how bad I am. Listen, okay? I want you to sit there and process every word that I'm about to say individually, okay? When I played Hollow Knight, I achieved 107% out of 112%, okay? 107% is that is my ceiling. That is my maximum. I cannot get 112%, okay? All of the Pantheons, all of the Colosseum stuff, everything, right, that is in the remaining 5%, no. I am not that skilled of a Hollow Knight player. Like, I enjoy things like Souls games, which, you know, have a level of masochism, but I think that Pantheon and Colosseum and whatnot, no, that is that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, no. Insane stuff. So Michan, there's actually two people that I can basically I can share their channel, their content with you, because these two people, they also have played Hollow Knight, and maybe potentially you might like them, right? Unfortunately, so okay, one of the people that I'm going to, you know, share their channel with you, so I don't know what exactly he has accomplished yet, but I know that the last time I watched one of his streams playing Hollow Knight, he was working on Pantheon, and it was like it was his very first time beating Pantheon, right? So it was going through his first experience. However, recently he has been streaming Donkey Kong Country, and so I think that either he finished Hollow Knight or he's taking a break from it. But this right here is his channel. So this guy right here. Yeah, this guy right here, Shockphobia 9000. He has done Hollow Knight streams, and he does have VODs of his streams if you want to watch some Hollow Knight stuff, maybe, you know, in your own free time. He does have a YouTube channel, and you can watch some of his previous VODs on YouTube if that interests you. Another person that I'm going to shout out, I need to check my Twitch to make sure I get their username right, because I don't follow them anymore, but I used to follow them, and they're a really cool person. The only reason why I don't follow them anymore is because, one, I felt like I could never ever catch their streams live, and also, you know, I felt like basically this person, right, they are incredibly skilled at gaming, and I just felt like if I were to watch this person on Twitch, I would probably feel very frustrated with myself and how much of a loser I am compared to this person. So this person, let me make sure that I'm spelling it properly. Okay, let me see here. So let me give them a shout out. So this person right here, if you are very, like, well aware of the Hollow Knight community, you might know who this person is, maybe, because this person is a Hollow Knight speedrunner. They do speedruns of Hollow Knight, and it's so insane. Like the content that they do, the insane gameplay that they have. Let me see here. Okay. Let me make sure I spelled that right. I think I spelled it right. Yes. So this person right here, Mando SRB, they are a Hollow Knight speedrunner. You know Mando. Okay, so you know Mando. That's good. Yeah, I've seen some of Mando's gameplay, and I felt so inferior. I felt so just, like, annoyed at myself of how much I suck at Hollow Knight. I admire the stuff that Mando does. I admire the stuff that other Hollow Knight players do. Right? Like, it's so impressive. So impressive. Speedrunners and hitless runners are on a whole different level. That is very true. The reason that I know about that is because, at least with Souls games, right? At least with, you know, things like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, blah, 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 right? Yeah, speedrunning and hitless runs, very different, right? There are some people where they kind of combine the two, in a sense, but I feel like if you're a hitless runner, hitless is like, that's your main priority, right? And you don't really care that much about speed. And then with speed, it's like the opposite, right? Where it's like you just want to go through the game as fast as possible, you know? As long as you don't continuously die and fail, then, you know, you keep pushing, right? So yeah. I very much admire both types of challenge runners, right? Speed runners and hitless runners. Very cool stuff. So yeah, but okay. So, Michan, you mentioned that you play a lot of various different games, right? Variety of games. I am curious because obviously your channel shows Hollow Knight. What was it that kind of brought you over to a Lies of P stream? Like, have you played Lies of P before? Have you beaten the game before? Like, what's your familiarity with Lies of P? I'm very curious. You love Lies of P. Okay, so that I'm gonna take that as you've played the game and you've beaten it fully because you're a Giga Chad, you're a legend, and no boss can stop you, and you are just like the godliest Pinocchio that there is out there. That's what I'm taking away from that comment. Okay, okay. Typically go into categories that you enjoy. Honestly, that's based. I 100% do the same thing, right? I like to, you know, raid soul streamers and you know, kind of challenge runners and that sort of a thing, right? Normally look into Bloodborne and Lies of P, etc. That's fucking, yeah, hell yeah. I will say, Michan, what you're about to hear, you know, you may be disappointed when you hear this, and if you are disappointed, I humbly apologize. But I have unfortunately never, ever, 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 ever in my entire life, I have never played Bloodborne, never, and I likely never will. I mean, it really depends, right? You know, to give you some background context, in my entire life, right? I have only ever owned a PS2. That is the only PlayStation I've ever owned. And other than, you know, in terms of consoles, I mainly played on Xbox, right? However, once I got a PC, which was thanks to actually my sibling gave me a hand-me-down, I transitioned from console exclusively to PC gaming. Like, I basically never play console nowadays. And I feel like, you know, purchasing a PS4 or a PS5 or PS6, 7, 10,000, whatever they come out with in the future, I just feel like it's not financially worthwhile. So I won't be able to play Bloodborne on console, right? And one thing that I'm looking into, right? I'm researching this and I'm trying to figure out, can I make it work? Because, you know, I think that it's mainly just a question of whether my computer has the technical specifications to handle it, right? But I'm looking into maybe possibly trying to basically unofficially run the game on my PC, right? Play the game on PC. One, I don't know if my PC can handle it, and two, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know like how exactly it would work, you know, in terms of the installation, in terms of how it runs. You know, is it laggy? Is it buffering? Is it, you know, is it going to fry and melt my PC? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm looking into it. I'm researching it. I will say, you know, obviously right now I'm currently playing Lies of P. That's like my journey, right? And, you know, so going through Lies of P, I think what I have confirmed for myself is that, you know, the vibe, the aesthetic of Lies of P and games like Bloodborne, right? This kind of, I think the technical term is like, eldritch horror, I think, or I think there was another word for it. Lovecraftian. I think Lovecraftian is the one. Lovecraftian horror, that kind of like gothic vibe, you know, that Bloodborne and Lies of P have. I appreciate it, right? I appreciate games like Bloodborne, and I appreciate games like Lies of P. I think that if you were to ask me, is Bloodborne a good game? Is Lies of P a good game? I would say that objectively, the answer is like 99% yes, they are good games. But if you were to ask me, like, what is my preferred cup of tea? What is my style? What is my genre of game that I love? I am not really someone that digs the sort of like gothic horror type vibe. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. But is it one of my most favorite genres? My most favorite visuals? Not really. It's just there, you know. Bloodborne's definitely more dated, but you love it partly because it got you into Souls. Appreciate the follow, Archdin. Appreciate it. Yeah. Honestly, like, I totally understand that, right? Having a game that introduces you into like a genre or a category that you fall in love with, I mean, that it just holds a special place in your heart, right? Like, I'll give you my example. My introduction to Souls games, first of all, I actually never, so there was a point in my life where I knew that Souls games existed, but I literally had zero information about them. Like, I knew absolutely nothing, and the only thing that I knew was I heard other people say they were hard games, right? That's it. That's the only thing that I know. And so at that point, it was almost as if, like, imagine that I lived in a certain part of the world, and then Souls games lived on like the opposite side of the earth. And I knew that they existed, I knew that they were out there, but I had never ever seen one, I had never touched one, I had never played one, nothing, right? And, you know, the story that I have for how I got into Souls is a little bit lengthy, so I'm not going, you know, unless you want me to, I'm not going to go into detail too much, but basically, my very first Souls game that I ever played was Dark Souls 3. And it was not something that I chose to do, it was something that, like, you know, I kind of was forced to try it out and play it, right? And at first I hated Dark Souls 3. I thought it was the worst game to ever exist in the entire universe because it was my very first Souls game and it kicked my ass, right? But eventually what happened is I got to like the late game, I got to the end game of Dark Souls 3, and there was like a switch that flipped and I was like, wait a second, this is fun. And I slowly but surely fell in love with Dark Souls 3. And so, yeah, I played Dark Souls 3. My second game that I ever played, which is... Okay, some people, they argue whether this is a Souls game or not, right? There are people within the Souls community that debate and argue this all the time, and I freaking hate it, right? Second game that I ever played was Sekiro. And let me tell you something, okay? Sekiro is my #1 favorite video game of all time. Not even just within Souls and Souls-like, I mean just ever in history, in time, okay? I love Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I love it. It's so fucking good. It is a masterpiece of a game. I love it so much. So, similar to DS3, right? Similar to DS3, I hated Sekiro when I first played it because I didn't understand it. I was like, you know, trying to go into Sekiro, playing it like it was Dark Souls 3, and it's not. It's so different. So I hated Sekiro, then I fell in love with it, right? And it's actually really funny because, so I played Sekiro on Twitch, right? I did my very first playthrough. I did it on Twitch, and you know, if by the way, if you guys are interested, I think if you go into the highlights section of my Twitch channel, you can find my very first playthrough of Sekiro ever. And I think that it is in the highlights, right? What ended up happening is I basically went through the first maybe 30 to 40% of the game, and I was trying to play it like a Souls game rather than a Sekiro game. And one person, one single viewer, came into my chat one day, and basically the tips and advice and suggestions that he gave me, it was like, you know, it was like he taught me how to read a language, and it unlocked my brain, and I was like, wait a second, I understand this game now. Because, like, you know, the first 30-40% of the game, I basically played it where, you know, essentially I would attack the enemy, right? And then what would I do? Run away. I would immediately, like, attack, run, and dodge and get the hell out of there, right? I was playing it like a Souls game, and I was, you know, playing it like a bozo. I basically almost never blocked or parried, and it was disgusting, right? And then this one chatter came in and explained how the game functions and how to get good at it. And when they did that, I was like, oh my god, this is, oh my god. Like, I was playing it so wrong. So yeah. Sekiro, second game that I ever played. Third game that I ever played is Elden Ring. And I love Elden Ring. I have a love-hate relationship with that game, right? There are things that I extremely love about Elden Ring in terms of the amount of freedom that you're given, the amount of choices, options, right? So I love that. But then there's also problems with Elden Ring where I'm like, sometimes I want to, you know, grab my PC and throw it against the wall in Elden Ring, because there are some things in Elden Ring that really annoy me, but love-hate relationship, right? So I love Elden Ring. I have a love-hate relationship. After Elden Ring, I made a horrible mistake, and Michan, as well as Archdin, I might potentially offend you guys here. If I do, Actually, you know what? I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to apologize for this, right? I'm going to say it, and I'm going to stand on this hill, and I will die on this hill if you guys, you know, disagree with me, and if you guys hate this, right? It's okay. You can feel free to unfollow, you can feel free to leave, and you can feel free to go on Twitter and write a long post about how you're going to cancel me, okay? But I need to stand on this hill and die on this hill. I made the horrible mistake of playing Dark Souls 1 Remastered. I played Dark Souls 1 Remastered. You weren't going to, but now. Okay. Michan, brace yourself. Archdin, brace yourself. I fucking hate Dark Souls 1. I think it is by far the worst Souls game to ever exist. The worst fucking game ever. I hate it with a burning passion. And anyone out there who says, Dark Souls 1 is the best one ever, and I love the game, and there's no other game that can surpass it. Listen, anyone out there in 2025 who is saying Dark Souls 1 is their #1 favorite video game and the best Souls game of all time, they are clouded by nostalgia. It is literally 100% nostalgia. 100%. There is no fucking way you think that that is the best one. Oh my god, man. Like, DS1 lovers, the people that defend it to their grave, they are my worst enemy. My worst enemy. Yeah. What do you hate about it? That is a fantastic question, Archdan. There are a lot of problems. There are a lot of problems with Dark Souls 1. I'm gonna mention probably my personal #1 most hated thing about Dark Souls 1. Okay? Now, to give you some background context to sort of like remind you guys, okay? I played the more modern Souls games. I've played Elden Ring, I've played Dark Souls 3, and I've played Sekiro, which is not really comparable to Dark Souls 1, but, you know, these games, they're modern, and they have modern mechanics, modern aspects to them, right? The thing that I fucking hate about Dark Souls 1 is the fact that in that game, if you lock on to enemies, that is a debuff. You are literally nerfing yourself by locking onto enemies, which is a intended beneficial mechanic that exists in Dark Souls 3, in Elden Ring, in a lot of other Souls, including Lies of P, the game that we are staring at right now on my screen. The fact that locking onto enemies is a nerf to your character, right? It literally makes the game more difficult for you. It pisses me off so much. And, you know, I'm pretty sure you guys know this because you guys are Souls veterans, right? But when you lock on to an enemy or a boss, right? You do not have omnidirectional movement, right? You cannot move diagonally. You cannot, you know, move freely in a round circle. When you lock onto an enemy, your movement is either forward, backward, right, or left. Okay? That's it. Those are your options, right? And so, as someone like me, where I've played these modern games, I love these modern games, and I became familiar with those mechanics, that was a huge problem for me, right? Lies of P is greatest game of all time. Let's fucking go. I accept that opinion. I think that's a great opinion. Good job, Forking Stud. Legendary. Okay, so to give you an idea of Dark Souls 1, right? I think the #1 worst boss in the game is the infamous duo. I think that's Smo and Ornstein. I think that Smo and Ornstein, worst boss fight to ever exist in Dark Souls 1, worst boss fight to ever exist in any Souls game. I fucking hate that boss fight. And to elaborate on that, okay? I think that I spent, if I'm not mistaken, I think I spent about 7 or 8 hours in one stream I'm pretty sure, 7 or 8 hours fighting Smo and Ornstein, unable to kill them, until I finally got lucky. Right? That was the worst experience ever. And, yeah, essentially, when I played Dark Souls 1, I hated it so much that, you know, basically, I played through Dark Souls 1, and I beat all of the major bosses, right? The ones that are, like, required, where you cannot progress through the game without beating them. I beat all the major bosses, and then I literally uninstalled the game. I was like, I'm out of here. I'm done. I killed Gwyn, and then I uninstalled the game. I was like, cool, I'm out of here, right? And by the way, just to, you know, just to give the middle finger even more to Dark Souls 1 and how much I fucking hated it, I cheesed Gwyn. Normally, I think the strategy for Gwyn that a lot of people use is they parry, right? So they parry all of his attacks and then they riposte, you know? I did not do that. I literally got up into an area of the boss arena where he could reach me if he was lucky, but I was slightly out of reach from him, and I literally just spammed fireballs in his face, and I killed him with fireballs. Pyromancy for the win. And then I was like, cool, I'm done with this shit game, uninstalled it, and I'm never ever ever touching it again. Fuck that, man. Absolutely garbage ass game. Holy. And yeah, no, anyone out there who's like, oh, will you ever play Dark Souls 1 again? Will you ever return to it and maybe play the DLC content or anything like that? No. No, I wholeheartedly hate that game. I think it's so incredibly bad. The graphics, the combat mechanics, like the movement and everything, it's just, oh my god. It's horrible. It's really, really horrible. Let's see, get ready for the DLC. I am honestly really excited for Lies of P DLC. I have not watched the trailer, and I don't know what is going to be coming out. I have a vague idea, but I'm very excited. Never played Sekiro before. Should I give it a try? Four King Stud? This is coming with heavy, heavy bias. The answer is wholeheartedly yes. I 100% believe that everybody should try Sekiro at least once in their life. But whether you like it or whether you hate it, that is up to you. I can show you the way to the pond so you can drink the water and become hydrated, but I cannot force you, you know? Nerd Destroyer, right there. This guy is a Giga Chad. You know what? Yes, this guy, absolute Giga Chad. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna do that, and then boom, and then boom. I think this will work. Wait, why? That's so dumb. Hold on, hold on. Sorry, chat. I'm loading up something very quickly. Why is this taking forever? Okay, hold on, hold on. Bring me to the homepage. Yeah, sure, I'll log in. Thankfully it has my information saved here. No. What is my... Hold on. Wallet. Why is it not working? That's so weird. Hold on, hold on. Where did he go? Yes, pause the chat and let me scroll. There we go. Why is it not? I don't know why it's blocking this. That should not be happening. Huh. That is weird. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out, chat. This is... Go to full checkout. It's still not working. Why? That's so dumb. Alright, I think I have to do this manually. Well, that's friggin' lame. Frickin' lame. Now I have to type in all my information. Oh boy, oh boy. There we go. Oh my god, what is it? This it? I think this is it. Hold on. Oh boy. I have to grab my frickin' wallet, and I have to, check and make sure that my information is correct. Add. Apologies, Archton. We will be back in a second. Hold on, hold on. Is this the card? Yeah, it is the card. Oh, I got it slightly mixed up. Hold on. Okay. Yep, that's right. Okay. And then it is... Nice. Allow. What are you doing? Complete. This better frickin' work. There we go. That took me like 1 full hour to work. Holy moly. That's so dumb. Yeah, I don't know why, chat, but for some reason, you know, I was attempting to basically utilize my credit card, my payment. And PayPal was saying that my bank was like blocking the transaction or something like that. I don't know. It's so weird. It shouldn't have happened. Like that was not something I've ever seen before. But anyways, no worries, nerd. I think that was a very based, very Giga Chad first message, and I appreciate it. Four King Stud said, just bought Sekiro and it's updating now. Let's go. Sekiro is a fucking goated game. It's so goddamn good. I love it. Okay, what messages did I miss here? Okay. So Archton said, combat isn't that great in DS1, but the level design and atmosphere is where it excels. I mean... Okay, so, Archton, this is what I'm going to say about that comment, right? So you said the level design and atmosphere in DS1 is excellent, right? Number one, I think that if Dark Souls 1 is a game that you played basically as one of your very first Souls games, or you played it like near the time whenever it released, then sure, like that comment makes a lot of sense, because back then it was new and fresh and there weren't a lot of Souls games out there, right? It was one of the first few. Now, okay, here's what I think. If you are talking about the fact that basically every area of Dark Souls 1, it is sort of like interconnected in this world, right? And so like there are some areas that you can reach by going through other areas. There are some areas that you can reach by, you know, going through Firelink Shrine, right? If you think that the interconnectedness of the world is good, then that's a very fair comment. And I think that you know, sure, like I will give it that. That is cool, right? But I think, like, honestly, if you're looking at the game in 2025 and you're looking at, you know, you're comparing it with other Souls games out there, and you're looking at the design of other Souls games versus the design of Dark Souls 1, I don't think it stands the test of time. I think that there are other Souls games out there where the world design, the, you know, dungeon design or whatever of the each individual areas of Souls games, I think that they are really, really well done for the modern games. And I don't think that Dark Souls 1 is necessarily like, you know, something worth praising and worshiping as like, oh my god, this is the peak and there's no other Souls game that even comes close to the level design or the atmosphere or the world design or whatever. But that's just the way that I see it. Like, I thought it was neat that they created something like the world of Dark Souls 1 during the year whenever it came out. Like, for the time that it came out, incredible, amazing. In 2025, I was not that impressed. I was not that wowed by the game. But yeah. Their focus was the level design for DS1. Stands as the best of all games. Oof. That is a strong comment. The best of all games. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. So 4King Stud said, you heard Sekiro has the same combat system as Lies of P. Sekiro's combat system is a lot more intricate, a lot more specific, and I'm gonna be honest, in my opinion, Sekiro's combat system is superior to Lies of P. I think that, you know, listen, Lies of P, objectively a good game, an enjoyable game. However, the combat system of Lies of P does not even hold a candle to the combat system of Sekiro. Sekiro's combat system is very polished, but Lies of P had a really good attempt. Lies of P is your favorite Souls-like. Lies of P is mostly Bloodborne. I do agree with that. Yep, with some Sekiro mechanics. Yeah, that is a very good summary of it. Just like the parrying system. Yeah, if you like parrying, you will really, really, really like Sekiro. Archton said, I hate to tell you, Dark Souls 1 is one of your favorite Souls games that you only played properly a couple years ago, so it's not nostalgia. Dude, okay, Archton, I think this is what we have to do, right? I'm trying to step back and to, you know, look at Dark Souls 1 from a sort of objective perspective, where I'm trying not to be biased about it. The thing is, I cannot imagine how someone could call Dark Souls 1 the best Souls game in this day and age, right? Unless you are clouded by nostalgia, which you said that you aren't because you played it, you know, pretty recently. So I think that what we're gonna have to do is basically just, we are going to have to shake hands and agree to disagree, because I don't think that there's any way that I can persuade you that Dark Souls 1 is not that good, and then you 100% absolutely will not be persuading me that Dark Souls 1 is a really good game. Because I just simply cannot see it that way. But, you know, everyone is free to have their own opinion, and I do not, you know, I don't hate people for representing their favorite game and being like, yo, this specific game is my favorite and I think it's the best, right? If you wanna shout that from the rooftops, all the power to you. Go for it, shout it, scream it, right? I will not, you know, try to convince you otherwise, right? Convince you that you're wrong. But yeah. You think the strengths were just not what I wanted from it? I think, I mean, yeah. So, okay, Archton, I'm gonna explain something, and maybe, possibly, this is going to be, you know, something where when you hear it, you might think to yourself, oh, now I understand why this streamer does not like Dark Souls 1, okay? So let me see if I can explain something. So, when I played Dark Souls 3 for the very first time, right, it was my very first Souls game, okay? I sucked at the game. I was horrible at it, right? And I remember, you know, okay, so just to give a little bit of background context, when I first played Dark Souls 3, I did it because it was like a part of a little bit of like a challenge. I'm not gonna go into too many details and explain why, but basically just know that there was a challenge at hand where I was kind of, what's it called? I was persuaded to play the game and force myself to experience it, right? And as a part of the challenge that me and the other person agreed to, we basically made a rule that we were not allowed to look anything up. We were not allowed to research anything, not allowed to learn about the game from online. We had to play it blindly, right? So, understandably, I sucked at Dark Souls 3. I hated it, right? Eventually, as time went on, so, you know, at one point, the challenge, the little competition that I was a part of, it ended. And we were like, okay, you know, we stopped the challenge and we were like, okay, now you can either quit playing the game forever, or you can look up information and go crazy and experience, you know, all of Dark Souls 3, right? When I learned how to optimize Dark Souls 3 and make it easier for myself, right, I started to enjoy it a lot more. And basically the way that I describe it is that, okay, I really, really, really hate the process of leveling up my character and getting stronger, right? Because you know, whether it's like, for example, souls in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, whether it's runes in Elden Ring, whether it's ergo in Lies of P, right? Whatever the currency is, the act of basically collecting the currency and maybe sometimes potentially farming the currency, right, in order to get stronger, in order to improve and you know, get to the point where you can beat enemies and bosses, right? That grind that you have to go through, I hate it. I think it's so, like, it's just so tedious and time consuming and really just a pain in the butt, right? So it was only when I got to the point in Dark Souls 3 where I had leveled up my character. I had gotten like really, really good stats. You know, I basically got the damage stats, right? Like dex or whatever. I got it to level 40, you know? And so on and so forth with the other stats, with the other, yeah. Anyways, so in a sense, for Dark Souls 3, I had finished building my character. And I got to a point where, with my character, you know, I could tackle a boss fight, and I could confidently walk into the boss fight, knowing 100% that I will win, and that, you know, I would be able to succeed, that I will be able to triumph, and I will be able to obliterate the boss, because I had a good build, and I had good, you know, like weapons, good sorceries, you know, incantations, whatever other abilities that there were, right? So once my character was ready to take on the challenge, right, without needing to farm and grind and just level up over and over and over again, I started having fun with the game, and I really started enjoying it. So, you know, with Dark Souls 1, it was the exact same thing, right? I hated the fact that, like, you know, I had to go through this grind. I had to basically collect these souls and try to level up. And the way that I did it in Dark Souls 1, because I was speaking to other Souls players about it, and, you know, there's a Souls streamer that I watch quite regularly. He's a really cool guy, and he does, you know, he does a lot of, like, challenge runs, right, including hitless runs of Souls games. I asked him, I was like, should I try farming souls in Dark Souls 1 to get stronger and, you know, be able to smash these bosses easily? And the streamer, he basically told me, he was like, honestly, I think that you should play the game naturally. I think that you should play the game by leveling up with the souls that you get occasionally, right? And don't go out there, don't try to farm, don't try to over level or whatever, just go through the game naturally, right? So I did. You know, that's what I did. And you know, I'm gonna be honest, it was really, really tough. Like, I think that if I had been given the ability, or let's not word it that way, if I had taken the time, and I had invested it into grinding and farming souls, and, you know, basically over leveling my character to where I had all of the amazing stats that I want for my character, I think that I would have slapped around these bosses so easily, and I would have just completely, you know, obliterated them and destroyed them, and it would have been like a piece of cake, no problem. But I didn't do that, and I struggled and I suffered. And yeah, I think that, you know, the fact that, whether it's Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, whatever, the fact that you have to, you know, if you are someone like me, where I'm not very skilled, I'm not very good at games, right? If you're like a casual player, the fact that you have to kind of grind and farm in order to feel like you have a fighting chance in the game, it's just, it's very, it can be very discouraging and very potentially disappointing for the player experience. And so, yeah, I did not, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know if that explained it well. I don't know if that was a decent explanation for the subject at hand, but that's basically the way that I felt. And so, yeah, you know, maybe if I experienced Dark Souls 1 in the same way that I experienced Dark Souls 3, where I complete my character, like, he's fully built, he's got all the stats, all the abilities, all the weapons that I want, maybe then I might start liking Dark Souls 1. But yeah, no, I with my very first playthrough, my very first experience of that game, I just did not have a fun time. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so here's what I will say to end off my speech, my little monologue, right? So I'm gonna name off 2 things about Dark Souls 1 that I did like, right? These are two random things that have nothing to do with one another, but these are two things where I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll give it to Dark Souls 1. They did it well. Number one, first of all, Guinevere, right? Who is the NPC that appears after you defeat Smough and Ornstein. So Guinevere, the goddess, I believe she is. She's a mommy. I really like Guinevere. That was one thing that I appreciated about Dark Souls 1. And then the second thing, if you were to ask me, like, hey, streamer, did you have a favorite boss of Dark Souls 1? If I had to pick a favorite boss, I'm going to be honest, I think that maybe Seath was my favorite boss in Dark Souls 1, I think. Yeah, I think Seath is up there. Probably within my top 3. At this point, I'd likely say number 1, in terms of, like, the mechanics of the fight, and I felt like Seath was a very, very, very balanced fight. It didn't feel like the boss was overpowering. It didn't feel like the boss was, you know, using a lot of bullcrap, a lot of, you know, nonsense, right? So, yeah. I just felt like Seath was well designed, and I appreciated Seath. But there were a lot of bosses that I hated in Dark Souls 1 that I really, really did not vibe with. You know, as I mentioned, the number one worst boss, in my opinion, for me, was Smough and Ornstein. I hated them so much. But yeah. Okay, let's see here. Michan said, gonna go to bed. Hope you have a nice stream. Michan, thank you so much. I apologize that basically all I did, you know, the entire time was yap and talk and blab and whatever. But I hope you have a wonderful night. And please get some rest. Please, you know, get some good sleep. And I appreciate the raid a lot. Yeah. Good luck with Nameless whenever you attempt it again. I will give it my best shot. I suck at this boss, though. I suck. Let's see here. Only 13 gigabytes? Yeah, Sekiro is a very, very modest storage size. Not bad at all. Lies of P just different. Much more Bloodborne with Sekiro parry. Yep. Agree to disagree. Doesn't need to be a personal thing. Oh, yeah, for sure. Should I play Sekiro blindly? Okay, here's what I will say for King Stud. For Sekiro, this is what I will say. I will say that you should play it where you experience the game by yourself, right? And if you get to a point in the game where you're like, I don't understand the game, I cannot figure things out, I cannot figure out how to progress and how to, you know, survive and how to keep going in this game, right? If you get stuck and you get to the point where you're like, I'm thinking of giving up on playing the game, right? I would say at that point, you should probably talk to other people and get help from other people. I think it's a good idea to basically rely on basically other people and online resources, right, to learn about the game and get better at it. Because Sekiro is a very, very tough game to learn and then eventually master it, right? It takes time and it takes a lot of patience and it takes a lot of determination, right, to keep getting back up and retrying when you fall. So that is what I would say. But if you have the ability to try and, you know, play the game as blindly as humanly possible, go for it, right? Everyone has their own preferences, tastes, and situations they play the games in. Same reason I wouldn't blame anyone for picking any Souls game as their favorite, even Dark Souls 2. There are a lot of people out there that surprisingly really love Dark Souls 2, and I don't understand it personally, but it's their preference. Are you gonna play the game? I am. So I will play the game, I promise, for King Stud. It's just that I want to make sure that I don't miss any messages, right? I want to make sure that I answer everyone and that, you know, I'm able to converse with everyone, because I don't want people to feel ignored or left out, you know? He'll get back to it, just killing time so he doesn't need to suffer. I mean, Yvain is 100% on the dot, basically. Really sounds like you're not so big on the RPG side of the games, which makes sense why you like the more combat-focused. Yeah, I would say that's very true, right? Like, if you think about it, with a game like Sekiro, you obviously, like, you know, basically when you play Sekiro, leveling up and getting, you know, new items, new upgrades and whatever, it's very beneficial, it's very good. I'm not saying that it's not valuable, but you can actually play something like Sekiro, you know, from the very beginning and basically master the game, go through the entire game without needing to basically farm currency and level up your character, right? I mean, leveling up is beneficial, it's very good, but you don't really feel like you have to, because Sekiro is a game where it is entirely based off of your combat capabilities. How skilled are you at understanding the mechanism of Sekiro's combat, right? And if you don't understand it, you will have a tough time. But if you are able to learn it and understand it, right, then you know, you can basically play the game without relying on kind of external tools and fancy upgrades and whatnot, right? Whereas I feel like with other Souls games, you kind of do have to rely on special tools, abilities, weapons, whatever, to get through the challenges, right? Cappy is all about the action. Yeah, that's a pretty good explanation. Yeah, I would not disagree with that. Would not disagree. Okay. Anyways, I think I've caught up with chat. I think so. What we're gonna do is I'm jumping back into Lies of P. I'm gonna fight this boss. Just giving you guys a heads up, letting you guys know out there, okay? In about 3.5 minutes from now, there might be advertisements that are starting. So if you get hit with an ad, just know it's in about 3.5 minutes from now. And I will make sure that any sort of like chat messages or whatever, I will respond to it after the advertisements if I don't get to it before the ads start. So yeah. But anyways, let's dive on back into the game, shall we? Let's go ahead and fight this dumb boss. I don't like this boss. This boss annoys me. He's a pain. In we go.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
That attack is so annoying.
I never found you in the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray, you troublesome puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. Your father was to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
Fuck you.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
Fuck, I blocked that too early.
Actually, there's places long on, but I still agree with that.
Oh my god, I didn't dodge that. Why did I not dodge that?
Someone doesn't give up. Who knows? Maybe this is what real freedom feels like. Thank you. God.
Okay.
Now,
Okay. Yeah, I wasted way too many heals, man. Way too many heals in phase 1. That was problematic.
you can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
That attack is annoying to time.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Nice. Add attack, I fucking hate it.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Michelle, your community.
Fuck off.
You're someone who doesn't give up. Who knows?
Shit. Fuck off. Ah, I panicked, I fucking panicked. I knew that I had that. I just, you know, the thing is, I could not fucking get my heal out, in time. I knew that I fucking had that. Okay, hold on. Let me check my inventory. 5-5, okay. Alright, alright. Are you not supposed to beat the first boss in Sekiro? If you're talking about a guy who is like, you know, he looks like a samurai, and, you know, he kind of attacks you out in a field of grass, the answer is that you can't really win. It's a scripted death, basically. Yeah.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I
Damn.
never bound you to the Grand Covenant.
I don't know how this happened, chat, but my glasses got dirty, and what ended up happening there is, like, right at the very end before I died, I was, like, you know, looking at the screen, and then I think I moved my you know, eyes, I shifted, like, my head, and, I think the light, in my room, it kind of bounced off of my glasses and blinded me for a second, so I did not properly block that attack.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
I don't know why, but, like, all of my blocks, you know, at the end there with the last combo we did, my blocks were all mistimed. I don't know how the fuck it happened, but it did. Alright. Okay, let's retry it again.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Fuck.
Your freedom is not for you, Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Michelle, your community.
The passion of those days is long gone, but I see
my god, chat. That's so annoying, that fucking whirlwind attack. I don't know how to time that one. I really don't. It's so weird. Oh, I only have 3 of the acid. That's not good. That's not good. Alright, let's keep going.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. You have gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, it's for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet, nothing more.
I forgot to introduce myself. I am Legion, your champion.
The passion thirst is so long. I'm so green for those memories. You're someone who knows. Maybe this is what you're bringing with your champion. Thank you.
The next evolution is coming. A world of truth, not lies.
Let's fucking go. Holy shit, did I do it? Please don't tell me there's a phase 3. Please don't tell me there's a phase 3. Holy shit, dude.
Were you going for Carlo's heart?
Ooh, badass. Oh my god.
Sorry.
Oh? Is that a puppet? Holy moly. Let's fucking go. There we go, Chad. There we go. 15 days, 15 live streams. Let's fucking go. Ooh, that was good. That was so good, chat. Yeah. I think we have to let the credits play. I think we just have to let it play, man. Yo, I appreciate it. Yvain Domain. The homie. I appreciate it, man. Now it's time to wait for the DLC. That is true. That is very, very true. Hell yeah. Yeah, Yvain, I don't know if you were aware of this, but there is a DLC that they announced for this game, and it's gonna be coming out maybe this year or next year or something like that. But yeah, it's gonna be happening, and it's very, very hyped up. Yeah, yeah. I think from what Modified told me, what I understand about the DLC is that it's kind of like a prequel of Lies of P. It talks about, like, you know, the time before this game. And it kind of goes into some of, like, the NPC characters and their stories, right? Their lives. Oh, this is a Korean song. Wait, no, is it? This is a beautiful song. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Get that instrumental in. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it. Yeah, yeah, that's a banger. Ooh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay, is this gonna be another Korean song? Let's see. Maybe there's no vocals at all. Okay, I think this is instrumental. But this is beautiful. Yo, shout out to all the voice actors for the characters in these games. Holy moly. Absolute giga chads. Legends. Absolute legends. Oh wait, external development support music, Sailun Lee, singer keyboardist singer Ubare Seo Jayong. Interesting, okay, okay. I like that. Damn. Yeah, these people that design the music, hats off to them. Really good shit. Beautiful shit. I really like this instrumental, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Wait, Dark Horse Comics? I know about them. I've heard of them. Very, very famous company. Very popular company. God damn, this is a lot of copyright. Holy moly. They wrote an entire essay on this. Jesus. Oh. Oh. I think we're at the end of the credits, chat. Oh. What happens? Let's see what happens next. Surely we don't just, like, load into the game, right? Is there another cutscene?
I have a final report on the Krot experiment.
You certainly took your time, Paracelsus. Your findings?
I think we have a new brother. A new type of humanity, so to speak.
There are many forms of eternal life.
It's intriguing, and worth further observation.
Noted. And we'll have to get his arm back anyway.
I'm counting on it. Expect another report at the next meeting. Paracelsus returning. Ah, and when I return, I will find her. For sure. Another key of ours. Dorothy.
Who? Oh my god. Oh my god. I understand it now. Oh my god. So, if you guys out there don't understand what exactly that was, right? So basically, this game, it's about the character Pinocchio, right? And about the kind of story, the original like kind of Disney story of Pinocchio, right? Even though it's not even close to Disney. Basically, the developers are taking like Disney characters, you know, such as Dorothy, Wizard of Oz, and whatever, like these basically maybe not Disney characters, but like fairy tale characters, and they are creating a Souls universe with fairy tale characters. So that's Dorothy. Oh my, so I don't know if that means that the next video game is about Dorothy, or if that means the DLC is going to be about Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. Yo, that's fucking dope. I honestly really love the fact that they are like creating kind of like the Marvel Avengers, but instead of Marvel, it's fairy tale characters. It's Pinocchio, it's Dorothy, it's whoever else, right? That's crazy. That's really fucking cool. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, right, chat, the character at the end there, who was talking on the phone, right? He said his name was Paracelsus or Paracelsius, right? That was Giangio, I think. I think that was the guy that we buy the wish stones from. I could be wrong. Maybe it's a different person. But I think that is Giangio. And if it is, I always knew that there was something suspicious about him. I always suspected something. Let's see. Paracelsus is the father of alchemy in real life. I see. Interesting. So, was Paracelsius, or Paracelsus, was he pretending to be Giangio in the game? Or are they two completely different people? Because I think that Paracelsus and Giangio are one and the same. So let's see here. Warning. If you start the next playthrough, you won't be able to continue the current playthrough. Do you wish to continue? No. No, 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 no. B. Cancel. There we go. Now lying. Holy moly, chat. We did it. That's the end of the game. Level up. Give me that sweet, sweet capacity. Level 28. Easy, baby. Okay, let me go and collect my golden fruit. And while we're collecting golden fruit, we can check and see where the heck this Giangio bozo is. Is he still standing over here? In the courtyard area? Or is he gone? Ooh. Ooh, what's this, chat? What's this? Interesting. Okay, okay. Obtain. The Letter of the Eternal. I had a good time. It's amazing to see a new brother being born. I hope to meet you again sometime on the eternal line of time. I feel like that wording could have been done a little bit different because the use of the word time, you know, multiple, like back to back, it just sounds a little bit strange. PP, Paracelsus something. Or maybe his last name is Paracelsus. Interesting. Okay, okay. Alright. Let's go and check out the hotel. Let's see what's going on here. Yes, this way. So Modified said it's the same person. Giangio was a nickname. I see. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Philippus Paracelsus. Fascinating. Okay. Oh, what's this? There's an item over here, chat. The Blue Butterfly's Letter. Thank you for giving me a new life. The fact that an ergo puppet can have a second life and become another kind of human requires more time for people to find out about it. Until then, I won't return to the hotel, but plan to stay at this place. The Krot disaster has stopped. Still, there's the aftermath of the petrification disease and the puppets. Please heal the wounds for the people. You're the reason we have our freedom. Thank you so much. I'm grateful you freed me. From my puppet strings. Very poetic. Very poetic indeed. I don't think I have a lot of quartz. I think I only have 2. Yeah, okay. Alright. Very, very, very cool. So we checked there. Go down here. Any new dialogue?
I've made up my mind. I am going to keep living to honor Atkinson's sacrifice. Someone needs to tell everyone out there what happened in Krot. I'm gonna look for a way out again. Thanks for all your help. I hope Krot finds fortune soon.
Okay, okay.
I've made up my mind. Someone needs to tell everyone out there. Thanks for all your help.
Okay. Polandina?
Welcome to Hotel Krot.
Ooh, no new dialogue. Ripperoni. Pulcinella?
You have been such a great help to Master Vanini. I will do my best to be of assistance in return.
Interesting. Okay.
You have been such a...
Hello there, Vanini.
This great disaster, the Krat crisis, has left no one unaffected. But it's over now, thanks to you. We are all in pain. We're all hurting. But now it's time to begin healing. I will do everything I can to help. Together, compagno, I think we really can make Krat, if not the entire world, a better place.
Okay, okay.
You're always welcome here, friend. How can I help?
I see. Okay. Very cool. Eugene?
So much has happened. It's bewildering. But it feels like there is hope. Even here in godforsaken Krat. It's all because of you. So thank you. Though I suspect you haven't told me everything.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean
I
everything?
just want safety for everyone at the hotel, at least. That's why I should make sure you're well armed. If you need anything, just ask.
Okay.
I just want to say that's why I should make...
Okay. No other dialogue, right? We're done?
You're always welcome.
Okay, okay. Let me see here. Nice. Okay, okay. Very cool. Love you so much, Italian Batman. It's a pretty damn good nickname. Alright. So, chat. My lovely, beautiful, amazing chat. We have reached the end of today's stream. However, before I go, I do want to kind of chat with you guys and talk about, you know, the game, talk about my future plans, right? So, number one, very easily, very quickly to answer the question, right? Am I done with Lies of P? The answer is no. Basically, this is what I'm thinking, okay? If I look on Steam, let me take a look here. So, on Steam, there is a list of achievements for this game, right? There is a total of 42 achievements, right? Out of the 42, I have only completed 30 of them. So there are 12 achievements that I have not gotten. And I'm going to read them out to you, okay? So, let's go through the list, and let's see which ones I'm missing. Okay, so, the story of the refined old lady, which is basically the story of Antonia, Lady Antonia, the reason why I did not unlock this achievement, right? I did some research about this, and I figured out that basically I made a mistake. I made a very big error. Essentially, in Lies of P, right, you have the chance to get a cure for Lady Antonia, supposedly, right? And you can choose to give the cure to Lady Antonia, or to destroy the cure and let her pass away, you know, from petrification, right? I did not realize that I was making the choice, right? I thought that basically, you know, if I said to not give the cure to Lady Antonia, right, that I would get another opportunity in the future to do so, right? I didn't know that it was like a time-specific thing. And so I accidentally got rid of the petrification disease cure, right? So, this achievement, I know for a fact I cannot unlock it on my current playthrough. I have to play New Game Plus, and I have to go again, and I have to, you know, get the achievement on New Game Plus. Now, these other achievements, there's a mixture, right? The next one is Legion Arm Collector, where I need to collect all Legion arms. I think I might be able to do this on this playthrough. Maybe, possibly, potentially. The thing that I need is an item called a Legion Plug, and I do not know if there is one more Legion Plug that exists that I can obtain on my current playthrough that will unlock the last Legion arm, right? If not, then I will need to wait until New Game Plus. Now, the next one, it says here, End of Riddles, and it says, discover all Trinity Sanctums. I did not know how many Trinity Sanctums there are, and I also did not know that I had left some unexplored, right? I think that I can go back through the game and find all of these locations. I think it's possible to unlock this achievement without going into New Game Plus. I could be wrong, but I think. Next, Pianist of Krot. Play a perfect tune on the piano at Hotel Krot. I do not know what unlocks this achievement. I can probably try here. Let me see if I can go to the piano. Where is it? This way? I can try playing the piano and seeing if it plays a perfect tune. Let me see here. Investigate. That was actually really beautiful. That was really good. Okay, very nice. All right. So I think that did give me the achievement, chat. Let me check here. Did it give it to me? It did. Okay, so that's 31 out of 42. Awesome. So, what else do we have here? Decipher all cryptic vessels and claim the rewards. So, this achievement, I cannot get it on New Game. I need to go into New Game Plus. And the reason why is because one of the cryptic vessels that we have in the game, right? I can show you here. One of the cryptic vessels, which is this one right here, it requires a specific boss weapon that I need to exchange a boss soul for, and only then can I decipher this and can I get the rewards for it. And because I only ever, you know, exchanged for the amulets, right, on this current playthrough, I have to wait until the next playthrough to, you know, decipher this one. Plus, it looks like, if you guys can see here, there are 2 empty slots right here. I'm pretty sure there are 2 other cryptic vessels that we are probably missing in the game that we have not gotten. So that is, you know, something that we will need to work on, right? Whether, like, even if we work on it during this playthrough, during New Game, we will have to go into New Game Plus to finish this achievement, right? Okay, the next one, I think it is doable on this playthrough. It is learn about emotions. And it says learn all the gestures in the game. So we need to find every single gesture that is available, and we need to basically unlock all of them. I think it is doable without going into New Game Plus, I'm pretty sure. So we should be okay on that achievement. I don't think it'll be that difficult. We have one, which is collect all normal weapons. So it seems like I'm missing some weapons in the game that I never found, and that, I think we should be able to do it on our current playthrough. I don't think we have to wait until New Game Plus, so that should be manageable. Collect all special weapons. So same thing with the normal weapons, we need to collect all special weapons. Now, this one, special weapons, I think we cannot do it until New Game Plus, because I'm very, very sure that basically this achievement, it applies to, what's it called? It applies to the boss weapons, right? So the ones that you exchange the boss soul ergo for. And so we have to wait until New Game Plus so that I can get the boss souls and exchange it for the weapons, right? The next one here, it says the story of one father. Find out about the last story of Geppetto. So I did some research on this one. It was very similar to the you know, achievement about Lady Antonetta. Wait, what's her name? Antonia. That's her name. I keep blanking. Anyways, so it's very similar to Lady Antonia, where, okay, so you guys saw how at the very end of the game, there was a letter on the desk, and it was from Sophia, and Sophia said, thank you for saving me, right? Thank you for bringing me back to life. Basically, in order to get this achievement about Geppetto, at the very end of the game, instead of fighting Geppetto and fighting Nameless Puppet, you are actually supposed to give your heart to Geppetto, right? So you basically you admit defeat, right? And you abide by his request. And so you give him your heart, and that will unlock this achievement where you find out the last story of Geppetto, right? So then we have Golden Melody, which is collect and play all records. I think that we can do that on this playthrough. I don't think we need to go into New Game Plus to do that. I think that one is manageable. Now, there are 2 hidden achievements, and I don't know what they are. I can probably look them up online to see. Let me actually take a look here. Give me a second. Trophy and Achievements Guide. Let's click on this. Okay, I mean, I think I did unlock that one. Okay, give me a second, chat. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a look at my Steam achievements, and I'm going to compare to see what I have and what I don't have. Story of a Stranger Girl. I think I unlocked that one. Yeah, I did. Okay. Story of One Father. Story of the One Who Dreamed. Yep, okay, okay. Yep, I got that one. Pretty sure I got that one. Wait, did I get that one? I think I should have, right? Because yeah, I did. Okay, I got it. Yep, I got that. Okay, I got that. End of riddles. Yeah, that was one that's not hidden. Oh, I see. Okay, so I think I figured it out, chat. I think I figured it out. Basically, there seems to be three different like endings of the game, supposedly. And I think that I need to unlock the other endings, right? So we unlock the one that is called Rise of P. And so now we need another one, which is called Free from the Puppet String, and then another one called Real Boy, They All Lived Happily Ever After. Okay, so that means that obviously for these two achievements, right, this means that we have to go into New Game Plus and then eventually New Game Plus 2. Oh, interesting. Okay, so chat, this is something that I am going to need to research more, and I will need to learn about it more. Basically, what I can see here is that, okay, one of the endings, which is called Real Boy, They All Lived Happily Ever After, that is the one that I described to you, the one where when you talk to Geppetto at the end, instead of, you know, fighting against him and saying no, you give him your heart, right? The third and final ending, right, the one that we have not yet completed and that I have not talked about, it says here that you need to have your humanity level higher than 4 and lower than 8, right? And so basically you go through the game, you have your humanity level between level 4 and level 8, right? And then you play through the game. At the very end, instead of giving your heart to Geppetto, you fight Nameless Puppet and you kill Nameless Puppet, right? So only if you have your humanity between level 4 and level 8, right? That is what is required to, you know, to unlock the ending, right? Now, it seems like the humanity level system in this game is a little bit complex. It's a little bit sophisticated. So I need to like read about it and I need to learn about it and understand it because I don't fully 100% grasp it. But basically, the ending that we did achieve, which is called Rise of P, it says here that it requires a humanity level 8 or higher. So that means that since we achieved it, our humanity level was level 8 or higher. And so that's why we did not unlock the Free from the Puppet String achievement, right? So yeah, it looks like basically, from what I understand, there are some achievements here that you can unlock in base game. Then there are some achievements that are like exclusively unlockable in New Game Plus. And then there's like some even more specific achievements, maybe like 1 or 2, that are exclusive to New Game Plus 2. You have to play the game basically 3 times in total in order to get, you know, the all of the achievements, right? And completely finish everything. Yeah. So I guess that's what I'm gonna be doing, chat. I guess that is my next, you know, objective, right? My next plan, is to essentially just, yeah, finish the game, you know, kind of like go through everything and make sure I didn't miss out on anything, right? Yeah. So basically, right, chat, the next time that I go live, the next time that I do a live stream, instead of it being my first ever Lies of P playthrough, basically the title of the stream is going to be Lies of P, finish the game, now we are achievement hunting, is basically what we're doing. That is what it is, right? And so we will spend, at least one, if not multiple streams, trying to accomplish as many of the achievements as we can before moving on into New Game Plus, right? So yeah. And let me see here. What we're gonna do is, before we exit out of Lies of P, let me actually go. I need to go and talk to... Where's this bozo? He's not over here. There he is. Oh? Is this Hugo? I think it is Hugo.
Oh, did I scare you? It's me, Hugo. This whole thing has inspired me. I'm going to try to be the Alidoro of a new generation. I will also keep looking for the relic's true owner. Check in with me anytime.
Interesting. So just like how Alidoro was killed and replaced by his partner, once Alidoro died because we killed him, Hugo is taking his place. Interesting.
A great weapon calls for a great... Sorry, pronouncements aren't my thing. As always, prove that you're worthy.
Okay, let's see here. Nameless Puppets Ergo. Proof of humanity. It's a sword. Link slash, okay. Increases critical hit chance. Interesting, okay. A giant scissor blade used by the Nameless Puppet. It's a double-edged sword that can end one's freedom or grant it by cutting the strings of manipulation. Puppets are tied to strings. Humans have cut their own strings. The boy made a choice and became human. Interesting. Huh, okay, very cool. What is this? Immunity to all attribute status? What the fuck, chat? No fucking shot. Oh my god. This is insane, chat. This is so valuable. This is so valuable. There we go. There we go, chat. We have collected all the amulets for all the boss souls. And so now in New Game Plus, we will get all the weapons. We're gonna obtain all of these. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay, chat. So, let's go over here. Let me see. Use storage. I've actually never really considered using the storage, but it's probably a smart idea. Damn, that is a lot of stuff. Okay, amulets, let's see here. Life amulet, leaping amulet, veterans amulet, recharged amulet, blue guardianship, strength, transformation, carriers, iron wall, carcass. Wait, how is this thing sorted? Let me see here. Let me see. Life +1. Okay, so let's store this one. Okay, leaping amulet +1, so we're gonna store this one. Veterans Amulet, Swordsmanship, Master's Amulet, Recharged Amulet, Patience Amulet, Blue Guardianship, Hunter's Amulet, Strength Amulet, Technique, Transformation, Red Fox, Carrier. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that one. Iron Wall, Indomitable, Carcass Butcher, Murder Puppet, Puppet Destroyer, Assassin's Amulet, Dancing One's Amulet, Extreme Modification, Conquering, Yup, and yup. Okay, nice. Nice. And then here, Okay, so this one is all status ailments, right? Resist decay. This one is electric shock. Decay, overheat. Okay, okay. Let's see here. Then we have all to all special status ailments. Break, shock, break. Okay, so let's get rid of that one. Break, break. Shock. Shock. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that one. Shock. Okay, so get rid of this one. Break. Shock. Disruption. Disruption. So we're gonna get rid of that one. Okay, so we have these three. Okay. Slash attacks. Piercing attacks. Strike attacks. Slash attacks. Okay, so we get rid of that one. Piercing, strike, slash, piercing. Okay, so this is strike, slash, piercing, strike. Okay, so we get rid of that one. So we have slash, piercing, strike. Then we have slash, piercing, and strike. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. We are chilling, chat. Chilling like a villain. Alright, so, yeah. I think for now, chat, that's basically it. That is essentially everything. We can go and grab the Wish Stone. Go and grab the... Or not Wish Stone, sorry. The Golden Fruit. And then I think after that, we will go ahead and exit the game, right? Perfect. Okay. There we go, chat. There we go. Ooh. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Basically the title screen, right? As you progress through the game, it updates, you know? And so, at first, it was kind of like dark and it was dirty, right? The P organ. And then eventually it like changed to flames, right? When we were dealing with Romeo. And then, you know, eventually it kind of like changed to a little bit of like a green color with the decay. However, I think that now, like, I think there was a point where the P organ was like kind of like a dark green color for the decay, but then now it's kind of like a mixture of gold and light green, which I think what that means is that it's like, essentially the P organ is learning to resist the decay and like, you know, continue surviving, even with the green coloring, right? But yeah, this is really beautiful right here. Background music is impeccable, and the visuals look awesome. Yeah. Damn. I'm trying to think, chat, you know, because I really want to, I want to compare, right, Lies of P with the other Souls games that exist. The unfortunate thing is that, like, you know, Lies of P, it is not created by From Software, and so, you know, it's kind of seen as a little bit of, like, an outsider game, right? I would say, if you wanted to compare the Souls games, if you wanted to compare, like, Elden Ring and Dark Souls and whatever with Lies of P, so, without a doubt, no questions asked, Sekiro is still my number one. That's still my top. It will remain my top, and there's no way that Lies of P will, you know, overcome Sekiro. The question is whether Lies of P is my second favorite game. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I'm gonna say, for the time being, and I want to like, you know, emphasize and be clear that what I'm about to say, at some point in my life, I might change my mind, and I might change my opinion. So this is not, like, set in stone, right? I think, as of right now, number 1 top favorite Souls game of all time is Sekiro. I love Sekiro to death. I will always love it, right? Amazing game. Number 2, I'm probably going to say Elden Ring. Probably. I think the amount of freedom that you're given in Elden Ring to play the game how you want, to play the game in a way that not is just like, oh wow, this is the meta way to play the game, but to play the game in a way where you are having fun, you are enjoying yourself, right? I really appreciate that. I really love that. The flexibility you have in Elden Ring is so, it's so welcoming, right? It's such a wonderful thing to experience. So probably Elden Ring is my number 2. And then, number 3, Lies of P. I think Lies of P is probably my 3rd favorite Souls game to ever exist. And it is infinitely superior to something as garbage as DS1, in my opinion. And, you know, I can't really say anything about Dark Souls 2 because I've never played it, but I've heard it's not really that great. And then, you know, if you look at something like Bloodborne, right? I've never played Bloodborne before, so I can't really rate it. I can't really, you know, give it an honest, authentic review, right? But out of what I've experienced, I would say that it's probably number 3. Which means that Dark Souls 3 gets pushed down to number 4, which is... It's unfortunate, but I do admit, you know, my love for Dark Souls 3, it is very, very, very heavily influenced by nostalgia. Heavily. As my very first Souls game, it just makes sense, you know? If I had to give Lies of P an arbitrary score, right? Just give it a rating. I would say the best moments of Lies of P were a solid 8 out of 10. Easily an 8 out of 10. Really, really good. There were some moments of the game that I did not enjoy, that I did not have fun with, and during those moments, I would probably say it's like a 6 or 7 out of 10. But, yeah, overall, this was a really, really, really solid game. Like, even if I suck at this game, which I do, 100% I suck at this game, I still had a lot of fun. And I look at this objectively and I think, yes, this is objectively a really good game. And I really... I like what the developers have done and what they have attempted to achieve with this game. And I salute them, because they did an incredible job of designing a game that feels just as satisfying as a Souls experience without it being a game developed by From Software, right? Massive props to the developers for Lies of P, without a doubt. Yeah. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. To end off today's stream, chat, we're gonna do something. So, I'm going to... Let's do this, maybe? There we go. Perfect. And then I'm gonna go ahead and exit out of Lies of P and close the game down, so it's no longer, you know, running my CPU. What we're gonna do here is I'm gonna look up on YouTube. Let's take a look. Okay, so browser, Chrome. Nice. There we go. Okay. Let's watch this trailer. Let's watch Lies of P Overture, the DLC, to come out. Glad you enjoyed the game. 3 ain't bad. Appreciate it, Yvain. Appreciate it, homie. The fact that it is well adapted to the original story adds many points. Even the names have a meaning. Oh yeah, without a doubt. 100%. 100%. Yvain, first of all, I'm very thankful that you managed to stay awake this late to watch my stream. I appreciate it a lot. Also, I just want to say, what I experienced just now with Lies of P, beating the game, finishing, you know, and a very, you know, magnificent achievement, that could be you. That could be you with Elden Ring. That could be you with another Souls game. Just imagine it. Just picture it. The satisfaction, the joy, the adrenaline coursing through your veins as you beat a Souls game. Fuck that, man. Will never happen. Oh boy. Yvain, you crack me up, buddy. Oh, you crack me up. Get satisfaction from Sea of Stars. I mean, hey, everyone has their poison, right? Everyone has their preference, their cup of tea. That's fair. It's totally fair. Oh, man. Yeah. What a incredible feeling. I love the feeling of finishing a game and completing a journey. Okay, I'm gonna click here on the PlayStation video just because it's 2 minutes and 33 seconds, while the top one is only 1 minute 33 seconds. So let's watch the official PlayStation story trailer here. And I do want to make sure. Wait. Okay, let me make sure it's not playing at 2 times speed. There we go. And then, oh wow, there's no setting for like the quality of it. I hope it's, you know, at least 1080p. I could be, I don't know. I hope it's not like 360p or something. Okay, let's watch, shall we? There's 2 trailers. Okay, okay. We can check out both of them then. Let's see here. Wait, video? Hello? Video? What happened to my YouTube? What's going on? Oh. Oh, that's lame. That's freaking lame. I don't like that. No, that's lame. Hey, let me click on this video.
Hey, Meta, can I get...
Shut up, advertisements. Okay, so this one is not age restricted. Okay. I wonder if I can find Overture. Story trailer, announcement trailer. Oh, this one's 2 minutes 30, this one's 1 minute 33. Okay, okay. I think... Oh, okay, it plays, it plays. I don't have to sign in. Oh, that's good, thank the Lord. There we go. What about this one? Oh yeah, 4K quality. We ain't watching this at 720p. Okay, so we have announcement trailer first, and then we will watch the story trailer. Okay, okay, let's do that. All right, here we go. 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is the announcement trailer for Lies of P Overture.
How can it be winter all of a sudden?
I'm sorry. You want to know the year? What a pleasure to meet a stalker worthy of the name. It's been far, far too long.
Oh, my forever friend. Help me to hold your hand and dance.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you?
She was looking for someone. Legendary. She stepped up only because no one else could. Too many stalkers were lost to that evil.
I'll do whatever it takes. Your survival is all that matters. Nothing else comes close, not even my life. I swear I won't be late. Not again.
Holy shit. Oh my god. There were so many moments during that. There were so many moments during that 1 minute and 30 seconds that I wanted to pause the video and be like, what the fuck? Dude, that looks so good. Oh, that looks so freaking good. Oh my god. So first of all, okay, let me see. So first of all, I do like the visuals. I like the themes, right? The winter theme and whatnot. It kind of gives this feeling of maybe like the Ice Age, right? Very, very cool. Let me see here. Okay, first of all, tiny little kitty. That's a win right there. That's +1, you know, incredible point to this trailer. That's an adorable kitty. Okay. Next, what do we have? It's spring. Is that the name of El Gatito? I think that's the name of the kitty. I don't think I ever got to interact with Spring in my base game, because every time that I tried to pet El Gatito, the kitty, he kind of like hissed at me. Spring was like and told me to stay away, so I couldn't pet him. But yes, El Gatito is very, very adorable, very cute. Okay. So I don't know what's happening here. Like, I don't know why we are dancing alongside this puppet. That's a little bit strange. And then Ooh, here, this is a fucking cool moment. So, I want to know... Come on, get to the scene. Who is this mommy? And also, that looks like a very, very, very powerful puppet that she's controlling. Yeah, she looks extremely powerful. So, this right here, is this the Archbishop? Is this Archbishop Andreas from the base game, or is this a different creature? Because I don't know about what this thing is. If it's something new, then I'm quite curious to know what it is. But it reminds me of the Archbishop. We have this weird cylindrical machine of sorts.
Legend.
We have this thing right here. This thing looks absolutely disgusting. I don't know what it is, but I want nothing to do with it. I don't care if it's jello. I don't care if it's blood. I don't care if it's any other substance. It looks really weird. And then I don't know who the heck this thing is. I'm going to guess that this is some kind of a boss fight, and this is probably the big bad boss right here. And I do not like that. No, that looks horrible. We've got a stalker here who... I don't know what mask they're wearing. It looks like maybe an owl mask or a falcon mask or something. Interesting. The legendary stalker. Oh! So this is apparently the stalker that, like, basically was the very, very, very first stalker. And she's also considered the most powerful, I guess, in the story, in the lore. That is cool. She looks very, very menacing. I like this a lot. I like this design. Damn, this is cool. This is really cool. Okay. Okay, so it showcases some combat here.
No one else could. Too many stalkers.
Dude, this moment right here. This right here. This is so fucking cool. It looks like... I don't know if we can, but if we can, this is fucking incredible. It looks like we can call in reinforcements. We can call in help. Call in other stalkers to potentially assist us with the boss fight. Which, if this is a feature in the DLC, this DLC is going to be fucking incredible. I am so ready for this. Also, a bow and arrow. I've never seen a bow and arrow in the base game. Look at that, like... It seems like this might be an overheat arrow, like a fire arrow. And then what the fuck is this creature? I don't know what that is, but I don't like the look of it, and I want it... I want this creature to die immediately. That is the stuff of nightmares. Oh my god, look at the amount of teeth this thing has. Holy moly. Hard pass. Okay. What do we have next? Hold on. Okay. So, these basically are Wolverine claws. These are like adamantium claws. I will say, in my personal opinion, right? I don't mean to, you know, I don't mean to argue with people who do enjoy this, right? In Souls games like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, whatever, I've never really been a big fan of these types of weapons, the claws. And the reason why is because while they might be powerful, you know, as an up-close melee weapon, I like weapons that have a decent range to them, where, like, I can use it without being literally face-to-face with a boss, right? Like, I can use it from a little bit of a distance, maybe mid-range or long-range. So, these claw weapons, they're cool. Like, the concept, the idea of them is really cool, but I don't think I will be using this weapon. We have what looks to be maybe a giant greatsword here.
I'll do whatever it takes.
And then I'm pretty sure he's using the Legion arm, which is called Falcon Eyes. It's a long-range shot.
Your survival.
And then it looks like, yeah, so this stalker, right, the puppet master here, she is able to fight, but I actually don't know. What is she fighting?
I'll do whatever it takes. Your survival is all that matters.
I don't know what she's fighting. Is she fighting Pinocchio? because I don't see an enemy around here. If she is fighting Pinocchio, that's a little bit sad, because I hoped that she would be like an ally, that she would be, you know, a stalker friend that we could use in combat, that we could rely on, you know, to aid us, to support us, right? But if she's a boss in the DLC and we don't get to become friends with her, right, and use her abilities, then it's a little bit unfortunate, a little bit sad.
Nothing else comes.
Yeah, I think that was probably Pinocchio.
Your survival is all that matters.
I think that's Pinocchio right here, blocking with whatever this weapon is. Yeah, it's hard to see with the flash here, but I think that is Pinocchio. Okay, I think this part right here is probably my #1 favorite part. Let me see this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 That right there. Absolute cinema. This right here, this scene, perfection. Perfection, right? Where is it? There we go. Absolute perfection. Cinema. Incredible. I want to state on the record right here, right now, as we are watching this trailer, when the DLC comes out, this weapon with this ability, right? It better be in the fucking DLC. And if this weapon is in the DLC, I am 100% using this weapon. This is going to be my weapon. I'm going to use it to fight every single enemy and every single boss in the game. Because this ability right here looks so fucking cool. It looks so good. Absolutely increíble. Absolutely fantástico. I love this so much. This is badass. All right. So, that was the announcement trailer, right? Chingoncísimo? I don't know what's the translation for that one, but I will say I agree with what you mentioned. So that was the announcement trailer. Let's take a look here at the Lies of P Overture story trailer. It means awesome. Nice. Were you just dropping some Spanish? So Yvain, you were unaware I knew Spanish. Okay. I know a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of Spanish. Un poquito of Spanish. Barely any, right? I cannot really speak the language. I know how to say like some phrases, some words, but I'm not at all, not even close to fluent, right? But I learned Spanish when I was in high school, and I took, I think, some classes in college. High school level of Spanish, yes, except for, you know, the people who basically take Spanish in high school, they are, you know, actively they're actively learning the language, right? And they're actively practicing it and speaking it, right? My knowledge of Spanish, it is less. Like my knowledge of Spanish has worsened over time. I've forgotten a lot of the things that I learned in high school. So my level of Spanish is honestly worse than a high school student's. But I can say some stuff, right? Like I think I remember I gave this example when Modified Bear was you know, when Modified Bear was asking about it, I think I told him the phrase, right? And by the way, in case you did not know, Yvain, Modified is from Latin America. He is, I believe he is, I think he's Modified. Are you Mexicano or are you Brazilian? Maybe, I forget which one it is. Mexicano. Okay, okay, okay. That's right. Okay. Yeah, but basically, Yvain, I have this phrase that I kind of memorized, you know, from Spanish, which was, you know, basically the phrase was, um, uh, oh man, I'm blanking now. I'm forgetting the phrase. Um, it was something along the lines of like, español es difícil porque necesito pensar mucho cuando hablar. And pensar in inglés. pero estoy muy mal. And estoy muy, I think lento. Lento is I think slow, if I'm not mistaken. And there's like rápido, which is fast, and then lento is slow. Yeah, modified knows what I mean, right? Like when he speaks English, it's kind of like me trying to speak Spanish, where I'm very, very bad at it. Yeah. Um, Spanish is a wonderful language. I really appreciated getting to learn it in high school, but unfortunately I never kept on practicing it. I never kept on, speaking, right? Knew about 50% of what you just said. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I probably know like 1/1000th of the language, honestly. My Spanish, basically back in high school it was better. Need to practice writing and language. Yeah. Inglés es muy difícil. Yeah. When you're not a native English speaker, right? When you're not from the US, right? It's very, very tough. Um, yeah. Pero okay, how do I say this? Pero puedes comprender? Comprender? Is that right? I don't remember I think it is comprender. Puedes comprender. Because you say like yo comprendo or S. No, not S. Um, wait, no, it's not S. I don't remember what it is. Grasp? Hmm. Sometimes speaking very, very bonito. Hmm. Yeah, but yeah, I think your modified your understanding of English is pretty decently good. It's very, very, very good for, not a native English speaker. And my Spanish is very horrible, very rough. Anyways, let's watch this trailer, chat. Let's go and check this out. Okay, Lies of P Overture story trailer.
Listening to this song always reminds me of you. But now you belong to the past. Do you remember the time we all gathered to play this piece together? I never got to say farewell. I know it changed everything, but we endured. Perhaps someday, if we can cross the bounds of time, we'll meet again.
Have I ever told you guys that Lies of P is fucking beautiful? Like it just, oh my god, the game looks so good. This game looks so good. Like where is it? Hold on. Where is it? Look at this. Look at this shot. That's incredible.
I know it changed everything, but we endured.
Absolutely incredible. You know what I kind of want? I want something to exist, right? I wish that basically when you play a video game, right, whether it's maybe it's Lies of P, maybe it's a non-Souls game, right? Could be something like Sea of Stars that Yvain is playing, right? A JRPG, you know? I think it would be really fucking cool if like you could okay, basically I think that there are two potential ideas, right? Idea number 1 is that when you play a game and you let's say you go through the game and you beat the game for the first time, if there was an option to basically go to like the main menu of the game and then watch the game being presented as if it were a movie, right? So like getting to watch all of the cutscenes, all of the cinematic moments of the video game compiled together as if it were like a movie that you'd watch in the theater. And then you get to like sort of re-experience everything without needing to like, you know, hold a controller in your hand or, you know, use your mouse and keyboard to move a character around or whatever, right? If you could experience a video game as sort of this like maybe even just a short movie, a short film, right? Um, After you play through the game, that would be awesome. Or, right, another idea, another option is that maybe instead of like rewatching the game that you just now played, what if you played a game and you beat it and then you unlock a movie, right? But the movie is basically showcasing content that was not a part of the game. That was not you playing through the game. Like it's extra bonus content where it's like, hey, this is like a side story of one of the characters in the game that you just now played, or it could be maybe a continuation, like a sequel of like, okay, hey, you just beat this game. Here's a movie or a short film about what happens after the game, or maybe a prequel, what happens before the game, right? Um, Giving the player this like ability to appreciate the art behind the video game is something that I think would be so cool. You know, yeah, because like I'll give you a very quick example, right? Um, so there's a game that I love this game, right? Um, Basically before I discovered Souls games, before I discovered Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Sekiro, whatever, this game was basically my number one favorite video game of all time. And that game is called Batman Arkham Origins. I love Batman Arkham Origins so much. It is an incredible video game, right? Not only did I love the gameplay of that game, but I felt like the story, you know, the cinematics of that game were magnificent, absolutely beautiful. And I remember, you know, I love that game so much. I went on YouTube and I found, you know, multiple videos where people compiled all of the cutscenes together and presented it as if it were kind of like a movie, right? And so I sat down and I watched basically the entire game from beginning to end, all of the cutscenes. And it was so dope. It was something that, you know, I really appreciated and I loved it and I had a lot of fun with it. I really enjoyed it. So, you know, doing something like that for a video game is a pretty damn cool idea that I think could, you know, could be something which players they really love it and they appreciate it and they think that it is an incredible reward for playing a game and beating a game, right? But yeah, let's see here. DLC bosses will be medium high difficulty, as if you were playing from chapter 9 onwards. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Huh. So in the base game, there was 11 chapters. I'm trying to remember which were the bosses in chapter 9. Um, hmm. Yeah, yeah, that is going to be quite difficult. That's going to be quite a challenge, without a doubt. So I'm thinking like if there are bosses similarly as rough and challenging as like Laxasia, that is gonna be a tough cookie. That is gonna be very interesting to see. Um, hmm, yeah, yeah, very very interesting. DLC is available starting from chapter 6, if your memory serves you right. Chapter 6. Okay, okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that is pretty damn cool. Hell yeah. I can't wait for the DLC. That's gonna be so hype. That's gonna be so fucking dope. Absolutely incredible. Okay, so chat, I actually want to very quickly, I want to see if I can look up, let me see here. There we go. So, if you guys do not know who this guy is, right? This guy, his YouTube channel is named Ongbal, right? And he is a Korean content creator, right? I basically discovered Ongbal with games like Sekiro, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, right? I think that, you know, I watched a lot of his Sekiro videos, and I loved his Sekiro videos, and that's why, you know, I kind of decided to follow his channel and continue watching his stuff, right? Basically, if anyone of you does not know about Ongbal, he is a content creator where basically he fights bosses in Souls games, and he does it hitless, right? He does it without getting hit a single time, without taking any damage at all. And the way that he fights bosses, he makes it look as if you're watching a cutscene, as if you're watching, you know, a movie of a character fighting a boss. It looks so cinematic. It looks so professional, and it looks so highly skilled and really 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 impressive, right? Um, yeah. So I watched several of his Lies of P videos on the channel, and I think I found so far, right? Maybe it'll change if I watch more, but I think I found my favorite Lies of P video that he created, right? So let me see if I can find it here. As you can see, he plays like all types of Souls games, including Souls-like games, not just Souls games. Um, where's the video? It might be a really really old video here. Um, Yeah, this looks like it might be a really old video. Okay, let me try searching for it. Let me see here. So if we go, oh wait, hold on, hold on. Wait a second. Man, it's crazy how many different videos that he creates of like various different games, and he doesn't really do them like he kind of jumps around, you know, he doesn't only yeah, he doesn't only play one game and create like 50 videos of just one game over and over again, right? Was this the video right here? I think it might be the video. I think I found it. Hold on, hold on. It might be this one. Okay, and then let me make sure. Yep, and cool. All right, let's play this video. It's only 2 minutes long, but basically this is Ongbal fighting against a boss called the King of Puppets, aka Romeo. And you know, I would say that just for context, in my playthrough of Lies of P, Romeo was one of the most difficult bosses that I encountered. A very, very, very tough challenge. And I really struggled against this boss. I never really learned how to like parry or perfect guard a lot of his attacks. I you know kind of just used the Spectre system, and I kind of cheesed phase 2. But yeah, let me see here. I think this is the correct video, so let's play it. So yeah, that right there, 2 minute long video. Basically, he fought this boss without taking a single bit of damage. You know, perfectly blocking, perfectly parrying, and guarding against all of the attacks that this boss does. And he made it just look so smooth and flawless and perfect, right? It's incredible. However, this was actually not the video that I watched, which like completely blew my mind. Let me actually see here because I saw another video that was like next to this one, and I think it might be it. Let me see here. Um, King of Puppets. Um, Oh, I think it might have been this one. Let me see here. Let's play this one. This one's 3 minutes long. God damn. Romeo's getting absolutely bullied. Bro, look at that taunt. In the middle of a fight, this dude is like, yo, Romeo, bring it on, baby. Holy moly. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely insane. Absolutely incredible. I think like this video right here is probably so far, my favorite Lies of P video that Ongbal has created. It was just, amazing to see him fight the boss with, especially such a weapon like this one, right? Where this weapon is very massive and heavy, right? And so it's kind of like a slow weapon. I personally don't really love slow weapons. Like I don't really work well with them. I work well with fast weapons, right? That are kind of smaller, faster, able to deal damage very rapidly. So seeing, this type of boss fight, absolutely just like mind blowing, right? But yeah, in any case, chat, that that basically does it for today's stream. We are all done. We are completely finished with everything. It is almost 3:30 a.m., basically 4 a.m. in the morning. Insane. Probably not a good idea because I have school that I need to go to in the morning. But I really enjoyed today's live stream. I had a great time. The funny thing is, right, chat? So Nameless Puppet, the final boss that we just now defeated in today's live stream, I don't really like Nameless Puppet. I don't think that he is you know, a very fun or enjoyable boss. However, you know, near the end of our live stream where we were fighting him and retrying over and over and over again, slowly but surely I was able to kind of learn some of the attacks, and I was able to, you know, basically figure out how do I perfect guard it, how do I use it to my advantage to deal maximum damage. And so I would say that I probably figured out about maybe 70% of the boss fight, is what I learned and what I became familiar with, and what I quote unquote mastered, right? Um, but there were some attacks that were really hard to perfect guard. Basically, what I just tried to do for those attacks is, instead of perfect guarding, I just tried to block the attack and mitigate damage, right? Um, I will say that after retrying Nameless Puppet over and over and over again, and kind of like learning the move set slowly over time, I have come to appreciate the boss fight. I don't think that it's incredible, I don't think it's amazing, and I don't love it, but, you know, I think that there are other bosses in Lies of P that are more complex, more sophisticated, more difficult, potentially, than Nameless Puppet. And yeah, there are other bosses in Lies of P that I hate more than Nameless Puppet. Even though I don't love Nameless Puppet, he's definitely not the worst boss I fought against. So yeah, yeah, yeah. And, you know, I'm not gonna make any promises, right? I can't make any guarantees. But what I want to try to do, what I want to try doing, is when I eventually go to New Game Plus and I eventually replay the game from the very beginning, I want to try to fight every boss without using a Spectre, except, right, except the the boss fights, like for example the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, as well as the second Black Rabbit Brotherhood. You know, there's two different versions of the fight. For the Black Rabbit Brotherhood specifically, I will be using a Spectre because I do not like fighting 3 or 4 versus 1. I think that it's very annoying, very troublesome, and I would rather just use a Spectre to even out the playing field a little bit, right? However, for the other boss fights where it is only one boss, right? No multiple enemies or whatever, I will basically make sure that I try my best to not use a Spectre. And essentially the use of a Spectre is only going to be for like a last resort, going to be for an emergency where it's like I cannot defeat this boss without a Spectre, right? So yeah, I'm thinking honestly like one boss that comes to my mind where I might be forced to use a Spectre during New Game Plus is Laxatia, right? But other than Laxatia, the other bosses, I think, right? Emphasis on the word think. I think that I should be able to do them without a Spectre. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, right? Knock on wood. But yeah, in any case, chat, that does it. We are officially closing out day 15 of our Lies of P playthrough, the final day, right? We finished the game. We're done. We beat all the bosses. And all we really need to do now is do some achievement hunting, and then eventually start playing New Game Plus is what we'll do. So for those of you out there, right, those of you who are my viewers, you know, regularly, normally I don't stream on Wednesday, right? Wednesday is not a day where I typically go live. The reason why I went live today, right, is because this weekend, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I will be gone. I will be attending an IRL event, and I will not be able to stream. I will not be going live on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which are the 3 days that I normally do Twitch live streams, right? So the next time that you guys are 100% guaranteed to see me is going to be, let's see here, it's going to be Friday, April 25th, right? So Friday, April 25th, I will see you guys live on Twitch for a brand new Twitch live stream. Yeah, and so essentially it is going to be, yeah, it's going to be like essentially like 1 week and maybe 1 week and 1 or 2 days, like maybe let's say 1 week and 2 days from now, is when you guys will see me go live again. But yeah, this weekend I will not be live, and you know, you guys will have to wait for about roughly maybe like 9 or 10 days, or maybe like 8 or 9 days, until Friday, April 25th, right? So I'll see you guys live then. But you know, during the time that I'm gonna be gone, right, during this next 8 or 9 days minimum, I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. I hope you guys enjoy, whatever hobbies you guys have, whatever activities you guys love to do, whether it's playing video games, watching movies, TV shows, blah, blah, blah. I really hope you guys have a wonderful time in my absence, right? And I will see you guys on the 25th. And, when the 25th comes around, I, will be very excited to, share with you guys how everything went, how SoccerCon went, how the Soba meetup went, and everything that I experience within the next 8 or 9 days. I will be sure to tell you guys the stories, right? But yeah. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Massive shout out to Yvain, massive shout out to Modified Bear, massive shout out to, there were so many people this stream that came in and said hello. Let me see here. There was, who else? Archie or Archdin, right? Michan, right? Nerd Destroyer 54, and then Four King Stud. Massive shout out to all of those lovely, amazing individuals who came by, said hello, and chatted about, Lies of P, chatted about Souls games and whatnot. It was a lot of fun today. Really, really much appreciated to everyone, right? Yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. Let me see. I'm gonna swap to this. Perfect. That way I don't accidentally, capture a screen that I'm not supposed to. So we're going to do that, and then let's do this. Let's do this. And then Twitch. Let's take a look at Twitch. Who is live right now? Unfortunately, no streamer that we follow is currently live. Yeah. Okay. No one that we can rate is currently live streaming basically. The only channel that we have available here, which I am going to be rating this channel. So I've rated them in the past. We are very comfortable, very familiar with rating this channel. It is the Ferret Software. If you guys don't know, this is a local Washington State ferret rescue, which is run by Pirate Software, a massive streamer, massive celebrity basically. So yeah, Ferret Software is who we're going to be rating today. Let me go ahead and share with you guys the channel here. There we go. Boom. Yeah, so Ferret Software. That is the name of the channel. We're going to be rating over to them. Let me go ahead and pull up my, where is it? Raid. And then we have Raid. And then we have, boom, and let me type it in properly. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Very, very cool, chat. We are ready to rock and roll. Let me pull up my outro song. Make sure that I have it ready to play. Not yet. There we go. Okay. Perfection. Well, chat, my lovely chat. Let me grab my friendly little mascot here, my chonky capybara. Today's stream was fun. It was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm very proud of myself, and I'm very, very happy that I managed to finish the journey and beat the game. That was a really challenging, really rough video game to experience. I mean, it is a Souls game, so it's not surprising, but yeah, it gave me a run for my money, without a doubt. I can't wait to continue playing Lies of P. I can't wait to, obtain all the achievements and go through New Game Plus, and then eventually New Game Plus 2. But yeah, for now, we will have to call it here. We will conclude the base game journey with day number 15, stream number 15. Yeah, as I always love to say to everyone out there, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, thank you. Appreciate each and every one of you lovely individuals. Please, all of you out there, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves. Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will see you guys on April 25th, Friday, April 25th. Yeah, cool. Much love to you all. Let's have a great night, and I'm going to swap over to the ending screen and start the outro song. Let's do it. All right. Good night, guys. Peace out. Bye.